Members and guests will please rise as we're led in prayer by the chaplain, to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Our truth for today comes from Psalm 34, verse 16. The face of the Lord is against the evildoers, to cut off the memory of them from the earth. Let us pray. O Lord our God, your eyes are upon the righteous, and your ear is attentive to their prayer. But with the wicked this is not so, for you are against those who practice evil. You, O God, long to come to the aid of those who draw near to you in truth. You are attentive to those who worship you and to those who do your will. We long to be numbered among those who do your will, so we humbly come before you this day and implore the King of the universe, not because we are righteous, but because you alone are holy and righteous. We ask that you bind our desires to your will, so that in all things you may receive honor, glory, and adoration. Help us as we govern this house today. Empower us as your leaders with wisdom and understanding to rule this institution of government entrusted to our care. You are great and worthy of praise. Without you, we can do nothing. For what do we have that we have not received from your hand? We ask these things in the mighty and matchless name of our Redeemer. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag. We're in roll call period. All members, please record your presence. We're in the roll call period.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson here in the State House lobby with Maayan Schechter. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. I think it's like field trip day here in the
It must
lobby.
be.
You guys can't see everything, but it is jammed up. Of course, folks are always coming to visit the State House, which we enjoy because there's always so much going on, especially during session. But folks are always coming and going. There's a lot of discussion and introductions on the House floor and the Senate too. And of course, the House just gavelled in, as you saw, and we'll be going back to them shortly. The Senate will be coming in at 11:45, and of course, we have that noon joint assembly in the House chamber for judicial elections. But we have one less election today, Maayan.
That's right. One fewer.
One fewer.
Did I do it?
One fewer.
Did I do it right? Yes, one fewer.
With State Supreme Court Justice John Cannon Few, who announced yesterday that he dropped out right before we went on air, and you were on air, Maayan. I wasn't here yesterday. Don't worry, I'm back today. I'm back. I was moderating a gubernatorial forum, and Shane Massey's not replacing me, but you were talking to the Senate Majority Leader, Maayan. Really great interview, great time to do that, which you can catch on YouTube and on The Gavel at scetv.org/The Gavel, talking about all the ramifications of that. What was he saying? Kind of give us a recap there.
Yeah, so again, Justice Few was part of a four-man contest. Really, though, a two-man race. It was him against the former Republican House Speaker, Jay Lucas. And yes, 24 hours, roughly 24 hours before the election today, Justice Few announced that he was withdrawing from the race. And what that means is not only is the election canceled today, but the entire screening process through the Judicial Merit Selection Commission will begin.
Wow.
Could it be held in spring? We don't know. Maybe fall, but that basically means that Justice Few gets to keep his seat until a successor is elected. So in talking to Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey yesterday, who obviously had been very, very critical of the former House Speaker's candidacy, frankly said that by Justice Few deciding to drop out, it saves the legislature from being put through what could be a very, very uncomfortable debate, but also an uncomfortable months to come. Of course, there were a lot of questions about Jay Lucas and whether, not just about his age and the optics and lack of bench experience, but whether he would push this issue over trying to move the goalpost, so to speak, on when he could actually retire from the bench. The state has that 72-year age limit with active judges, and the former House Speaker essentially said that 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 is not a thing. And so he was kind of pushing the envelope during his screening hearing, and there was a lot of consternation over that.
Yeah, showing some defiance there is not always a really good thing for folks who are trying to elect you and then also, determine what, outcomes could be coming from the bench as well. And of course, Mayan, was he saying that also, that now that this process is going to reopen, obviously, I would assume that we're going to see some of the same folks who applied and got through the process go back again, but then also kind of puts a big question mark on Jay Lucas, and then again, it makes this more competitive, and I think maybe takes an onus off of some folks or some feeling of guilt about having an incumbent on there. And of course, Few's term is up in the end of June, but then he can stay on until there is a replacement, like you said.
Right. Exactly. I think folks have a lot of heartache sometimes about challenging an incumbent, especially in Supreme Court races. Typically, it is very rare, unusual,
Truly,
as we've talked about before, for a Supreme Court justice to not win a re-election. Typically, they are very much rolled over. And so, yes, despite the fact that he did get 3 challengers this go around, I think still a lot of people probably were hesitant to jump into a race with an incumbent. With no incumbent, that's a wide open race. Now, again, there is still a cap on how many candidates can make it out of the screening process and onto the floor for a full vote. But that doesn't stop the number of people who are actually trying to be screened in the first place. So I would absolutely expect Administrative Law Court Judge Ralph King Anderson III, who has run for the Supreme Court before, to show up. I would absolutely expect Appeals Court Judge Blake Hewitt. Yeah. Will the former House Speaker? I do not know. The writing may be on the wall, but again, he still apparently had a lot of support in the House, which I think Justice Few, saw that. That was the writing on the wall, and he decided to leave on his own terms.
Yeah, and then again, Jay Lucas, who's 68 right now, will be 69, I assume, next year at this time. So then also the mandatory retirement age of 72 continues to loom, and I don't think really people have that appetite to have to go through this again just for the sake of electing someone that they know to. And also it saves a good bit of face too when it comes to the campaign trail. I was again hosting moderating, I should say, a gubernatorial forum. I've heard this at other forums too, and people are always talking about judicial selection and elections and reforming that because they're always worried about a lot of lawyer legislators who are electing these judges, some of whom may have to appear before them, whether in appeals or any other court, because there are other judges that are being elected today as well, circuit judges and also family court judges. So there's always that back and forth over how much more can be reformed for the judicial selection process, and we've been working through that too.
Right, and I did ask Senator Massey whether he believes this lessens the, push for the legislature to do anything on JMSC, because we've heard so much about that, right? And he really said that this case has nothing to do with JMSC, that it really shouldn't make a huge difference. So at least in Massey's world, doesn't make a huge difference.
That perception.
I'm sure there are a lot of other lawmakers who would disagree with that.
Yeah, and that perception. One last thing maybe to really hark on, if that was to happen, honestly, if they were to elect Jay Lucas again, those optics, like they were saying, at least from the Senate, would have been something to really pick out on the campaign trail. Again, we're going to go to the House eventually, but and we're going to have that joint assembly there for the elections, for this judicial elections soon too. But Mayan, what else are you watching today? I know you wrote something in the Gavel about tax conformity. As thrilling as that is, and again, I was at a press conference with the governor, asked him about that for that article, and he said, honestly, that's confusing to me. And I said, me too, sir.
I think the Senate would also agree with you, because I think everybody was under the impression, reporters were given the impression that no one was really going to talk about tax conformity until after the April 15th deadline. And that's because the income tax bill, which really decouples the state from the federal system, is still going through the motions, right? It was just passed by the Senate. It's going back to the House. It still has to be paid for in some way. So there were a lot of senators, including Senator Massey. I interviewed him yesterday and asked him about this question, who were totally caught off guard that the House was even considering taking up a tax conformity bill. It's still a very expensive bill. It's over $200 million. You have the additional income tax bill, which is over $300 million. Let's not even talk about the homestead exemption property tax. That's another $244-ish million.
730-some million recurring.
Right. Now, one thing.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Right. Now, one thing that House Ways and Means Chairman Bruce Bannister did tell reporters is that the money that would be for tax conformity would be paid for out of the non-recurring pot, so that one-time money. But still, we're talking about a one-time pot that's only roughly $1 billion. We have a lot of infrastructure costs that we want to do. And then the big magic word of earmarks. What happens with earmarks?
I think we keep taking
earmarks. So to me, these are the bills that are really going, look, the budget is the most important piece of legislation, and they'll debate that next week. But these tax policy bills, which a lot of people have been talking about and calling for,
Truly.
I think are really kind of the story of this legislature right now.
And we're really kind of, and that's been coming to a head, right? Like that's been something that's always been talked about, studied, and talked about and studied over and over. And now it's this session, and of course, with the election year for the House, the gubernatorial election year too, there's a lot going on, and people are talking about affordability now more than ever, with costs being so high and inflation being so stubborn. So this is really the year for them to do it. And of course, it seems like the year that they picked to do this is when these revenues are slowing down substantially. Whereas all these other years, like we've been seeing the ramifications from the COVID relief money going through, we've seen the growth in the state. We have a lot of solid growth, no doubt. Like we're very strong compared to a lot of other states. We're very fortunate there. But at the same time, it is getting to a more normal place.
Right.
And that's what
Right.
the state economists have been forecasting for a while. And it's like, okay, guys, get ready. The sugar high will be over soon. And it seems like we're getting to that point. While at the same time, we're also talking about expediting these tax cuts and also doing some other tax changes too, which are now eating up all that money that folks want to budget with at the same time.
Right. And look, I mean, there are going to be a lot of lawmakers who believe, like, okay, let's just focus on those bills.
Sure.
Let's fund that. I mean, another question beyond just even the earmarks is, when this budget leaves the House and goes over to the Senate, the kind of position that the Senate may be put in to look at what potential cuts are they going to have to make for some of this legislation. Again, it remains to be seen whether the Senate actually even takes a tax conformity bill.
Okay.
I think a lot of them are, like I said, very skeptical, very confused. And so we could have a little bit of a tax policy showdown happening.
Speaking of taxes, and before we go back to the House, the Senate is talking about boat taxes today.
That's right.
One
more
deduction.
lost revenue for the state.
And that's something that's been talked about a lot too with the double taxation on watercraft, and that's something that's gone through the House with H 3858. This bill's on special order in the Senate. Again, one more thing for economists and state revenue folks to deal with in terms of how they're going to adjust if this does pass, like some of these other policies pass into law, how that deducts from the budget overall. And of course, we still have some more budget estimates to come before session's over. So I think, again, we're like a lot of eyes on this forecast and hopes and prayers, I think.
Right. I mean, the Board of Economic Advisors, the BEA, they will meet with the Revenue Fiscal Affairs folks and roll out potentially new revenue projections
The money
at some
tree.
point. Correct. But again, they did not change the revenue projections in this last go. It's a big question mark whether they do. And obviously that boat tax bill, getting the fact that it's special order, it's going to pass out of the Senate
Sure.
likely today.
Awesome. Okay. I think that's kind of where we're at right now. There's some more stuff, some more fun stuff on the Gavel at scetv.org/thegavel. I was down in Charleston over the weekend talking with some national Democrats about their strategy for 2028. I know we're already talking about 2028. There were a lot of South Carolina Democrats there, some politicos, some operatives, and then some from around the country talking about what the Democrats need to do to take back the White House. Again, they're not concerned about midterms. And of course, if you've been watching any elections nationwide from yesterday, I think Democrats have a lot of wind in their sails too right now. So we'll be seeing that play out. Of course, it's still very early, and there's not much I would say maybe change or hope for South Carolina in terms of what they expect to change here. I did talk to Crystal Spain, who's the South Carolina Democratic Party chairwoman, and she was telling me that they do have their eyes on some state house seats here that they'll be rolling out and putting candidates in all the open state house seats this cycle, and hope to flip a couple of those. And I mean, we've seen some inklings of that possibility, and it really does come down to candidates. If you talk to any Democrat, it's a matter of having a stronger bench right here in South Carolina. And we're seeing a lot of that in the 1st Congressional District, too. I think there's a lot of ammunition pointing in that race. There's a lot of folks on both sides of that race. It's going to be a very competitive primary. But again, a lot of those folks in those congressional districts, like we heard in that redistricting debate the other day, it's a strong Republican district down there in the 1st District because it's been gerrymandered that way. It's been drawn that way, and Supreme Court upheld that district map, too. And of course, we're not seeing any of those districts change. And finally, we'll be opening on March 16th and closing on March 30th. We'll have a great idea about what it's looking like out here for the state of play. But of course, before then, Maayan, we have the budget debate next week.
We have the budget debate. And also, let's not forget some other big news, some big dropout news yesterday.
Oh.
The governor's longtime chief of staff,
Right.
Trey Walker, is leaving the governor's office.
An institution.
An institution has been around for 9 years
Yeah.
as his chief of staff. Obviously, has been a long ally, long-time friend, long-time confidant
The
of the
guiding
governor's.
hand, yeah.
That's right. And so he has told the Post and Courier he's going to start his own private consulting firm. His first client, McMaster.
Oh, okay.
McMaster. And, again, there's a lot of other, as you mentioned, 2028, there's a lot of other Republican activity happening. Governor's race.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is like the last we see of Mr. Walker at all, but big news for the governor's office.
Truly, and I mean, that frees people up because there's going to be a lot of campaigns on both sides for 2028. Republicans and Democrats that want those experienced hands in South Carolina politics, and that's a premium, too, when you want to navigate the state. In fact, I was watching a panel discussion moderated by former Columbia City Mayor Benjamin, and it was basically about how to win South Carolina. They had several operatives there too, and it was like you have to, X, Y, and Z on what to do. And people are gearing up. There's a lot of attention being played here. So of course that's 2028. We've already been seeing some of those candidates like California Governor Gavin Newsom coming through the state, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear as well. So a lot of folks are already paying attention, but we are paying attention to what's going on at the State House today.
Right.
The week 8, this Wednesday, it sounds like a wonkier Wednesday.
Could be, less wild maybe than we assumed it would be. But that's
We went from wild to wonky pretty quick the other day.
still close.
All right, with that being said, again, we're going to have that joint assembly for judicial elections at noon in the House chamber, and the Senate comes in at 11:45. And right now we're going to go back over to the House, which is in session. So have a good day. I'm Gavin Jackson, along with my unexpected here in the State House lobby. We'll see you tomorrow.
Diagnosed with cancer just this year. Cancer advocates from around the state are here at the State House with us today, and it's good to have them back year after year. Thank you for all the work you do in the fight against cancer. So all folks, please stand if you're with the American Cancer. They haven't made it yet, but I know someone who has. I got a constituent up there, Miss Pansy Yates. Well, I'm recognizing her anyway. I'm excited to welcome Ms. Pansy Yates, who's not only a constituent, but she's one of the longest serving members or volunteers of the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network has ever had. She's fought tirelessly on this issue alongside her colleagues for over 20 years, all in the stride for a world without cancer. So join me, even though they're in the lobby, in welcoming these amazing volunteers, caregivers, and survivors to the State House today.
Welcome to State House on Snoots and Stinkers Day. Mr. Hyde's recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This whole half of the balcony over here, if you'll stand up, I think you're all with one group from East End Elementary. Got about 80 kids and 20 adults, and it's always good to see they're joined up in the balcony by Representative Neil Collins. He represents the Easley area, by the way. I don't represent the Easley area, but I have a special interest in your group. Is the lady sitting right here on the end is my niece, and she's the teacher, so I had to make sure that we took care of you folks like she told me to. So, but Representative Collins is up there. We just certainly want to welcome you folks to the State House. We know you're a little late getting here because of traffic, but I know you got a big day ahead, and got a lot of things going on, but welcome to your State House, and we're glad to have you, and we'll see you again in a little while. Let's give them a hand.
Welcome to State House. Glad to have you here today. Mr. Robbins. Members, please take your seats. We got a number of introductions as usual. Please take your seats. Mr. McCravy's recognized. Please take your seat. Sergeant, assist me, please. Ms. Cobb Hunter, you've been a bad influence again today. Mr. Long's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Joining me today is William Barker, a constituent from Bowling Springs. William, if you'll stand up for us. He is a freshman at Bowling Springs High School, so he's definitely diving right in pretty early. If you'll join me in welcoming him to the State House today.
Mr. Barker, welcome to the State House. We're glad to have you here today, sir. Ms. Cobb Hunter is recognized for recognition in the balcony. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, if any colleagues who are interested in making sure we end Alzheimer's want to come up, we've got a group from all around the state. Some of them are trying to make it to the balcony. Some are up there. I was waiting for them to send a note in, but I'm going to wing it, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker and members, my colleagues and I are here today to welcome to the General Assembly all of the folk who are involved and engaged in this issue that destroys families, memories, and all of that. And Mr. Speaker and members, we've got groups from the Alzheimer's Association with us today. Those of you who have not had the experience of having a loved one be diagnosed with dementia, with Alzheimer's, you really probably don't understand how this disease robs families. There is so much work that is being done by the Alzheimer's Association, by USC's Brain Health Network, by MUSC, and by all or a lot of our medical providers. I am sorry to stand here and tell you that Orangeburg County, unfortunately, ranks number 8 in the country when it comes to Alzheimer's. And members, notice I said, Mr. Speaker, could we get some order from all these talkers in here? If you don't want to hear the conversation, these people have come up here and have taken their time to show us what they do and who they are. The least we can do is at least be respectful for a minute or two. I promise you I will land this plane. I know we're building it as we fly, but I'm about to land it. But as I was saying, Orangeburg County ranks number 8 in the country. And there has to be some reason that we're number 8. And I've been in conversations with people about doing some research. Maybe it has Hope Health in Orangeburg County. They've developed a test so that if you think you might have Alzheimer's or be tempted or whatever, you can take this diagnostic test and have some level of comfort. But I encourage all of you to learn a little bit about this illness, this disease. It is one that has tremendous consequences, not just physically and mentally, but financially as well. And I am so thrilled that they're here. That's only a part of them. Y'all, everybody tried to wear purple. For those who didn't remember, we're going to give them a pass. You know, you do deal with memory loss, so you know some of us been around for a minute. Trying to lighten it up, y'all, trying to lighten it up. So, Mr. Speaker and members, please join all of us standing here and welcoming these fine, fine people from the South Carolina Alzheimer's Association and all related groups. Thank y'all so much for what you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb Hunter. Ms. Cobb Hunter, I count on you being on your best behavior while we do the rest of these announcements after that admonishment. We appreciate it. Mr. McCravey is recognized. Members, please take your seats. Mr. McCravey has some very important guests here. Mr. Gibson's up in the balcony. Please take your seats. Sergeant, assist me. Ms. Cobb Hunter's already misbehaving. Members, please take your seats. Mr. McCravey's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're excited again this year, and this has become a routine that we recognize the 96 high school marching band and their director, David Vickery, for another big season. They won the 2025 Band Directors Associate Class A State Championship title once again. And I want to tell you something special about this. This is their 13th title in South Carolina. They have the record for all of the band competitions in 1A for all time in South Carolina with 13 state championships. Most of them, 12 of them, have come under the auspices of David Vickery, the band director. And let me tell you this about David Vickery. He has also the record in 1A for the most wins of any band director. And I started looking in the whole state and the whole nation, and he may be the winningest band director in our state of all time, and he may be one of the top, if not the most, in the nation when it comes to one band director winning state titles. He took on a tradition at 96 of winning, but he has taken it to a new level. The only sad part is he's going to be retiring after this year. So we're very sad about that, and we're talking about maybe giving him some name, image, and likeness money or something like that to stay on. Maybe we could pass that bill since we're giving out money to everybody else. But their show this year scored an 84.95, which is very high. And he's here today with Superintendent Beth Taylor from 96 and the principal, Fitz Sproul. If y'all would please stand, would the band members please stand? And
96 band.
Y'all recognize the winningest band director in South Carolina and maybe the nation.
Welcome 96. Congratulations thank you for all that you do for your community. Welcome to State House. Thank you, sir. Mr.
While I'm standing here, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, we have also our realtors from Greenwood today. Nikki Kurt came, Kay Dangerfield and her husband James, and we want to congratulate them and thank you for coming. Realtors do a lot for us in our state, and our association in Greenwood is very active. So thank you and welcome to the State House.
Welcome our realtors from Greenwood. Glad to have you here today. Thank you. Mr. Kirby. Mr. Ballantyne. Let me get some order, Mr. Ballantyne. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant, you know the drill. Got a low murmur in here. Please take any conversations outside. Mr. Johnson, I know you missed Mr. Newton, but please take conversations outside. Mr. Ballantyne's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I just want to, I come here today. It's a club none of us want to be a member of. I have been here as Ms. Gilda Cobb says, for a minute. And over that time, I've seen many of y'all come up to this well and thank others.
Ms. Cobb Hunter, I've been placing orders for the last 30 minutes, and it doesn't seem to be taken. It's like you point out.
It's all good. Thank you. Thank you, Gilda.
Members, if you have conversations, please take them outside. Thank you. Mr. Ballantyne, let's try this again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Y'all, what I was sharing is this is a club that none of us want to be a part of. The club I'm about to share that over the time that I've been here in office, I've seen many of y'all come to this well and talk about the loss of either a spouse or a parent. And you think you know what everybody's going through when you see them up here, but you really don't until you go through it. Last Thursday, I left here abruptly. My father, Dennis Ballantyne, who y'all heard about a little bit about yesterday, had a severe stroke. I was able to get to the hospital to say my goodbyes. And I just want to say I was overwhelmed with the support from each and every one of y'all. You know, we can't support each other a lot of times on policy and things like that, but we can support each other as human beings and colleagues and friends. And I just want y'all to know I'm an only child, so my mother really appreciated the texts, the calls, and the visits and flowers from those of y'all that have reached out and gave me a new perspective on life. And I know my dad is watching me today. He was proud of my public service. He was a combat Vietnam vet, and I've never worn the uniform for the country, but I feel I do my part just like y'all do here for our citizens in our state. So from me and my mom and our family, thank you so much. It means the world to me. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Nathan. Nathan, you and your family will remain in our prayers. Mr. Brewer is recognized.
Thank y'all so much. You know, a lot of folks have been asking me about my wife and been wondering about what's been going on with us, and I wanted to say that Kelsey Brewer, my wife, is here today after 8 IVFs. We are now pregnant with little girl Winnie, and she is 7 months along. So please welcome Kelsey to the...
Welcome, Kelsey. Welcome to State House. Mr. Robbins. Members, feel like a kindergarten teacher. Members, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Mr. Guffey's got an important recognition. Mr. Guffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the chamber, today I have the back-to-back 5A Division II state champions in football, my very own Northwestern High School Trojans. I also want to point out that we have 2 schools here today from Football City, USA, if you didn't know, that have won championships. Northwestern now has its 7th state title. This is their 6th straight regional title over the past 2 years. They've only lost 1 game, and of course it came to a team out of Rock Hill, nowhere else. So any of your schools that want to challenge us, I suggest proposing that challenge to Coach Wofford and see what an elite football program actually looks like. You know, in the playoffs, we rolled over the Catawba Ridge Copperheads 42-7, you know, just north of the river, which Representative David Martin and Senator Johnson represent. Then we went to Gaffney, and we slugged it out with Gaffney. That was a heck of a game if you hadn't seen it. Representative Dennis Moss, Brian Lawson, and Senator Harvey Peeler represent the Gaffney Indians. But you know, even though Football City USA is what Rock Hill is known for. Did y'all know that the toothbrush was invented in Gaffney? I was told that. If it was invented anywhere else, it'd be called a teeth brush. But little friendly rival we've always had with Gaffney here. But then we went just east to Indian Land, where Representative Mike Neese and Senator Johnson represent, whooped them up 51-19 as well. And then in the state championship, back-to-back, Representative Ballantyne, Representative Kilmartin's, Irmo Yellow Jackets, and Northwestern finished up by dominating them 55-13. 2 times in a row, man, maybe next year. I think they made a song called that. But seriously, folks, just want to express how proud I am of Northwestern High School and everything that they've been able to accomplish. If you could, stand, give them a warm welcome to the state of South Carolina.
Welcome to the Trojans, Northwestern. Coach, I see you still hadn't got rid of Coach Pierce. I guess you do the best you can, sir. Ms. Henderson Myers is recognized. Get some order, please.
Good morning.
Ms. Henderson Myers has guests, and she'd appreciate your attention.
Thank you. I have before me today the South Carolina chapters of the Links Incorporated. Standing with me, including myself, are Representative Bill Clyburn and Representative Todd Rutherford, as well as other representatives. We welcome also, as a part of the group, Ms. Aria Falls. She's the Southern Area Director of the Links Incorporated. It's a privilege and a profound honor to gather here today at the South Carolina State House for Links Day at the Capitol. Standing in this historic place where decisions are made that shape the future of our state, we are reminded of the power of civic engagement and the responsibilities we share as servant leaders. The Links Incorporated has a long and distinguished legacy of friendship and service. Through our 5 program facets, services to youth, the arts, national trends and services, international trends and services, and health and human services, we remain steadfast in our mission to enrich, sustain, and ensure the cultural and economic survival of our communities. Today is more than a ceremonial visit. It is an opportunity for advocacy. It is a moment for dialogue. It is a time to strengthen partnerships with those elected to serve the people of South Carolina. Today, we are here to uplift the issue of food insecurity, which impacts our communities across the state. We thank our state leaders for welcoming this group and for their commitment to the citizens of South Carolina. The group looks forward to engaging in meaningful conversations that lead to thoughtful policy and positive change. And as a statement inclusive of the links, together we move forward with purpose, unity, and dedication, committed to making a measurable difference throughout South Carolina. We want to welcome you. I myself am a Link, and we thank you for coming and sharing time with us with Links Day at the Capitol.
Welcome, Links. Welcome to State House today. Glad to have you here. Let's give them a State House welcome.
And I also want to say we have a resolution to you in your honor for all of the work that you do. Again, thank you.
Mr. Kirby's recognized. Mr. Ligon, do you have South Point? Mr. Kirby's recognized. Folks, please have some order. Mr. Kirby's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We have enjoyed yesterday evening and this morning so far with our South Carolina Association of Realtors. They are here at the State House today for their lobby day. And in the gallery, we have the SCR leadership team. The SCR leadership team, President Corwin Millett, President-elect Julie Whitesell, Treasurer Steve Taylor, Secretary Ashley Jaquel, immediate past President Keon Aldridge. We also have a group of future leaders here with us today. The SCR Leadership Academy. These guys are going to pave the way for future leadership in our real estate profession with their work and their expertise. Through this program, SCR trains emerging realtor leaders so that they may exert a positive influence on the future of SCR, their local boards and associations, their industry and communities. Members of this esteemed 2026 class include Adam Hayes, Candace Thompson, Jasmine Brown, Kayla Rogers, Luke Anderson, Michelle Elliott, Nick Carlson, Rick Long, Robin Pye, Seth June, Shondia Stroman, Stan McCune, Steve Alson, Thomas Blackman, and Travis Clarkson. And they are chaired by former South Carolina State President Keon Aldridge and our friend Rob Woodall, who's held about every position a realtor can hold in this state and country. So thank you all for being here. Welcome to the State House, South Carolina Realtors. You make us proud.
South Carolina Realtors, welcome to State House. Good to see you again today. Mr. Robbins. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Ligon's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I, of course, will try to be much more dignified than my York County partner, Brandon Guffey, as he introduced his part. I want you to take a look at these fine young men. They've managed to figure out how to put on neckties under a jersey because they're proud of their Rock Hill South Point Stallions football team. We've got holding the plaque up there Representative King, who, by the way, has a nephew, Braylon Frederick. Braylon, raise your hand. Where are you? Oh, way over there on the end. That's John King's nephew. he's a lot bigger and healthier than you. No question about that. And John, we do want to be sure we point out a couple of things that Mr. Guffey talked about. He's talking about Northwestern. I believe this is the only team that's beat Northwestern in a long time. Is that right? Yeah, these guys did. They beat Northwestern. All right. So we're proud of that. Now, is Representative Jay Jordan or Philip Lowe, we want to be sure they hear this, as they contributed indirectly to the South Point win. The South Point won the South Carolina Class 4A state championship on December 6, 2025. Head coach Bobby Collins, right there. Coach, how are you? You're doing a good job. You got a good-looking squad there. We'll talk about next year, but you got some coming back. I know you got some strength coming back. I hear you. All right. So they had an impressive overall record of 14-1, demonstrating the coach's discipline and the hard work that they did, for sure. And, of course, Jay Jordan wouldn't want me to miss the opportunity to say that South Florence High School football team failed to show up as they were beaten by these fine gentlemen, 35-14, Jay. Really. That's all y'all could do. This is the Stallions' 8th state championship program in their history. And remember, this is a new school. This school wasn't opened in 2005, and they already have 8 state championship programs in the last 15 years. So let it be said that the South Carolina House of Representatives takes great pride in honoring these exceptional student athletes who have brought distinction to their school and community. And through their remarkable performance, the members look forward to confidence of the team's continued success. And as the coach said, we'll be back next year. Looking for you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you so much. Good luck to you.
Congratulations, South Point Stallions. Let's hear it for them. Mr. Robbins recognized.
Oh, Representative Mitchell said age before beauty, so here we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am joined with the members of the Anderson County delegation. We've got a special treat this morning. I have my daughter in the audience, Lena Robbins. Lena, if you would stand up with your boss, Lori Ashley. They are here with Meals on Wheels from Anderson, and we had a great talk this morning. I got a chance to meet Lori, who is the executive director. Lena is her service manager, and y'all, they are serving nearly 700 families in the Anderson area, and they have a waiting list of about that long or greater. So would you welcome them to the State House? We are so delighted to have them here today, and thank you for what y'all are doing for the greater Anderson area. Welcome to the State House.
Welcome, Meals on Wheels. Thank you, and welcome, Ms. Robbins. Mr. Mitchell's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Kershaw County delegation will join us. Robert. Mr. Speaker, we've got a great group of teachers with us today. We've got the Kershaw County Teachers Forum up on our right, if y'all stand up. This group of teachers are made up of the Teachers of the Year of Kershaw County. They hosted us last week with I think cornbread and issues of discussion. We also visited with them this morning. I'd also note that I have one of my 7th grade teachers, Miss Rhonda Horton, up there. Also special with Miss Horton is her mama, Miss Donna Brand, was my kindergarten teacher, so my first teacher. And I also have Miss Rebecca Branham, whose husband was my high school wrestling coach. Thank y'all for everything y'all do. Thank y'all. Welcome to the State House.
Welcome to State House, our friends from Kershaw. Good to see you here today. Mr. Wooten's recognized. Ms. Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today's a very special day as we look up into the balcony. If I could get them to stand, Coach Scott Early, Assistant Director, Cindy Jacobs, and Terrence Scriven, the Executive Director of the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association, because today, standing with us up there as well, is tomorrow's 25. Tomorrow's 25 is a coaching fellowship presented by the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association and the High School League that seeks to annually select and invest 25 future leaders for the South Carolina area high schools and middle school athletics. All 25 of the selected coaches were identified by a selection committee and represent the best the state has to offer. The goal is for these selected coaches to have this time to deliberately work on their craft and cohort of their peers so that ultimately their student athletes and overall communities benefit for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just another example of true service and what it means, because as you know, less than 1% of the high school athletes go off to play professional ball, but they all end up in our societies. And these men and women help mold and make them on and off the field. So if you don't mind, help me welcome tomorrow's 25 and the coaches in the balcony. Thank you so much.
Coaches, welcome to State House. Glad to have you here today. Appreciate your work with our young people. We're going to close the polls and tabulate. Quorum is present. Clerk will read.
Committee reports. House Bill 43, this is Senate amendments. Senate amendments to House Bill 4342.
Senate amendments.
Committee report from the Jasper delegation 5182. Hager.
Committee report.
You think I get anything? We have another committee report, Ways and Means, favor with Amendment 3368.
Committee report.
We have a new introduction by Mr. Ballantyne congratulating Dutch Fork High School Dazzlers.
Mr. Ballantyne requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Mr. Herb Kurzman encouraging counties and other political subdivisions to establish organics first.
Mr. Herb Kirschman requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Mr. Grant expressing a profound sorrow for the members upon the passing of Christopher William Allen of Richland County.
Ms. Grant requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Leonidas Stavronakis commending Greece as the cradle of democracy.
Mr. Stavronakis requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Senate 974, Senator Young congratulating Lionel Smith LTD for their 50th anniversary.
Adopted.
Introduction by Mr. Brewer, Mr. Cody Mitchell, Mr. Yao, solar agricultural farmland.
LCI.
Erickson, new bill enacting the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact.
Education Public Works.
Bustos, Mr. Bustos prohibiting land application of sludge.
Agriculture.
Hardy and others establishing separate state championship bracket for charter schools.
Education Public Works.
Brandon Newton relating to filing certified campaign reports.
Judiciary.
Ms. Bauer, Illegal Immigration Whistleblower Act.
Judiciary.
Senate 325, Senator Massey, State Departments and State Governments and Consumer Affairs.
LCI.
We have a bill, Senate 819, Burden, establishing procedures for tuberculosis testing.
3M.
Senate 858, Senator Young. Foster Care Board.
Education, Public Works. Folks, we're now on the calendar. We're on second reading, local uncontested bills on the middle of page 5. Charleston delegation is ready.
Yes.
Clerk will read.
5060, Stephanakis, Charleston.
Ms. Wetmore is recognized to explain 5060.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just simply modernizes the St. John's Fire Commission. They have to modernize the number of members and to require them to comply with local procurement code.
Question is adoption. Mr. Magnuson, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just want to get a little more explanation of what's going on here. We're requiring at the state level that they comply with federal code? Or
No, it just simply refers back to our state code. So this Enabling Act was done in the 50s, and so it simply says that they must comply with the same procurement as local governments, just referencing the state statute that all local governments have to do.
Okay. Is that going to create more requirements for our fire departments to
This is
go
at their
through
request.
more of a
This
process?
is specific to St. John's as to their Enabling Act, and it's at their request. They want
so
to
it's
follow.
not statewide. This is something specific for
Yes, sir.
local. Okay. Thank you for your help. Okay.
Question is adoption, House 5060 on second reading. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. If all members wishing to vote, voted. If all members wishing to vote, voted. All members wishing to vote, voted. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 110-0. 5060 receives second reading. We're now third reading statewide uncontested bills, bottom of page 5.
4163, Erickson adopted amendment.
The question is adoption 4163 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4163 is adopted. Clerk will read.
5179, Erickson, Education and Public Works, adopted. Amendment.
Question is 5179 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 5179, I apologize, is adopted. Clerk will read.
4468, Erickson, Education, favorable, adopted. Amendment.
Question is adoption 4468 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4468 is adopted. Brings us to second reading, statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
5089 Weston Newton and Herb Grossman, Beaufort delegation, Beaufort County only.
Mr. Herb Gershman, Beaufort delegation ready to proceed on this?
Yes.
This is relating to designation of voting precincts in Beaufort County. Is there any questions? Seeing none, the question is adoption 5089 on second reading. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. All members wishing to vote, voted. All members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Vote of 1010, 5089 receives second reading. Clerk will read. We're on the middle of page 7.
5127 Capital Reserve Fund.
Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24-hour point. It is sustained.
Brandon Newton, 24.
Clerk will read.
3474. Definitions applicable to the Transportation Network Company Act.
Mr. Clerk, I've got 5127.
Yes, sir. That's the budget.
Yes, sir. Mr. Brandon Newton raises 24-hour point on 5127.
As he did on this.
It is sustained. Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Clerk, top of page 8.
Gotcha. 3474.
Yes, sir.
We have that bill by Mr. Stavronakis, LCI, from which it was recalled.
Mr. Stavronakis is recognized to explain 3474. We're at the top of page 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we previously passed this exact bill unanimously during the last session. Basically, when we first wrote the transportation networking restrictions in code a few years ago, we basically banned a number of small businesses from being able to access transportation networking apps to enhance their business. This would open that up and allow these small businesses and small operators to avail themselves to a lot more business and a lot more profitable business. So.
Question is adoption. House Bill 3474 on second reading. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Give me one. If you're talking to me, give me one.
All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk tabulate by a vote of 110 to 0. House Bill 3474 receives second reading. Ms. Calhoun's recognized for a special introduction. Ms. Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the General Assembly. In the balcony today, we have a group of special people. The group was convened by the Children's Trust of South Carolina. They're called Strengthening Families Program Network. If you'll stand up in the corner, please. This group of people serve families with children ages 7 to 17 through local partners in settings such as community centers, schools, and churches. The group is designed to help families develop positive discipline practices, stay resilient in tough times, improve parenting skills, and assist children with social skills, relationships, and school performance. They carry with them pinwheels. Ladies and gentlemen, will you hold up the pinwheels? If you see these gardens in your community, they represent the services and resources we're providing children of child abuse and neglect. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today and having a legislative day here at the State House. And Mr. Speaker, can we recognize them as a body?
Yes. Thank you. Welcome to the State House. Appreciate what you do for our great state. All right, we are now on withdrawals of objections and requests for debate. Any with withdrawals of objections, requests for debate? Seeing none, we're now in the unanimous consent request period. Is there any unanimous consent request? All right, seeing none, that brings us to Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
Senate amendments, House Bill 4343. Ms. Wetmire.
Ms. Wetmore is recognized to explain the Senate amendments. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our human trafficking bill requiring medical professionals be educated. If you'll recall, this passed the House unanimously last year and just passed the Senate unanimously last week with one small amendment requiring the Attorney General to coordinate as to the training. I would ask that you concur in the Senate amendments. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions, pending question is whether the House concurs in the Senate amendments with Ms. Wetmore recommending concurrence. Please vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Voting on the board. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk tabulate. By a vote of 113 to 0, the House concurs in the Senate amendments. That brings us to second reading, statewide contested bills. House Bill 4758, Clerk will read.
4758, Weston Newton, and we have amendment number 1.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves to adjourn debate until March 24th. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Debate is hereby adjourned until March 24th. That brings us to the bottom of page 9, House Bill 4667. Clerk will read.
47 67, Davis and Chumley, Ways and Means favorable.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves that we adjourn debate until March 24th. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Debate is hereby adjourned until March 24th. Brings us to House Bill 3227. Clerk will read.
3227, Gil Gatch, LCI, favorable, with amendment number 1, which is the committee report.
Mr. Gatch is recognized to explain amendment number 1. Mr. Gatch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you might know that South Carolina has about 65 earthquakes a year, and the most active fault that we have happens to be in Summerville, South Carolina. Not that long ago, Summerville, South Carolina had about 5 earthquakes in a week. My mother was very, very concerned. I remember I was asleep because I go to bed around 8 o'clock at night, but my wife does not, and she felt like the house had been hit by an automobile. It really got everybody thinking and everybody talking about what does insurance have to say about earthquakes. So my first year here, 2021, I filed a similar bill to this, and the purpose of it is simply information. We have a wonderful state. Everybody wants to live here. Everybody wants to come and bring their families here and start small businesses here. And one of the things they don't realize is that in 1886, we had a 7.3 on the Richter scale earthquake that is still to this day the largest, most severe, catastrophic earthquake that has ever happened on the East Coast. It was felt as far north as Ohio, as far west as Chicago, and as far south as Cuba, if you can imagine it. So a lot of people were just concerned, and I think now is a perfect opportunity to present this bill to the body and have you guys vote on it. It is simply, like I said before, an opportunity for people who come to this state and for those who have been here who somehow never went to Charleston and never saw the earthquake bolts all over the buildings to know that we live in a great state, but it has the probability of an earthquake soon. So the insurance companies were very involved with drafting this amendment. It was a strike all and insert from my previous language. They are in no way have any problems with it. And all it says is that if you have a person who pays an insurance premium for homeowners insurance, so forth, that the insurance company would let them know that, by the way, you do not have earthquake insurance, and if you want it, you need to call us. Just a little side note, if you don't have earthquake insurance, and I want the insurance companies to hear me giving them a little shout out, because it's probably not going to happen all the time, you should call your insurance company and ask them, how much does it cost, how does it work, and can I get it? So with that, I'll move for passage.
All right, you answering questions, Mr. Gatch?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Caskey has a question. Mr. Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gatch, I appreciate the explanation. I just want to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying in my reading of the language here. This says, this bill, because it's a strike all and insert amendment, it simply says that if earthquakes are not covered in the policy, the insurance company just has to tell you that?
It's a little hard to hear you, Mr. Caskey. Can you say it again?
The bill, as amended, if amended, would simply say that the insurance company, if it doesn't cover earthquakes, if that policy doesn't cover earthquakes, they have to tell you that explicitly. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. And that is not, and I'm just making sure because the title or caption of this, which as you know, isn't always correct and reflective of what the bill says in its final form, but the title or the caption title says, so as to require insurers to offer coverage for loss from earthquakes. That's not what the bill is doing. It's just saying that if they don't offer it, or if the policy doesn't cover it, they just have to tell you that. Is that right?
Yes, sir, and for any of the freshmen or newly minted representatives who are sitting in this body, this was an opportunity for me last year. I had been here for 5 years and did not know what Mr. Caskey is referring to, is that anytime you have a title to the bill, even if you strike it all, change it all, coming out of committee, the title of the bill sitting on the calendar never changes. But you are correct, this is not a mandate. This doesn't require the insurance companies to offer anything.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Move for passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right, seeing no further amendments, no further questions, pending questions, adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. And having explained the amendment, and that being the bill, the pending question is second reading of House Bill 3227. Roll call is required in order. Voting on the board. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk tabulate by a vote of 116-0. House Bill 3227 receives second reading. That brings us to House Bill 51. Clerk will read.
4151, Weston Newton, Judiciary, favorable with amendment number 1, which they have. Committee report, Judiciary.
All right, Mr. Jeff Johnson is recognized to explain the amendment. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to explain the amendment at the bill at the same time. If I don't, then it just won't quite make sense. The bill in the committee report addresses when juveniles under the age of 18 may be tried as an adult in General Sessions Court or waived up to General Sessions Court from the family court. The bill requires a 17-year-old who has been charged with any gun crime to begin in General Sessions Court. Currently, anyone who is 14 years old up to 17 years old and is charged with unlawful carrying of a gun or carrying a gun on school grounds can be waived from the family court to General Sessions Court. The bill also requires a 16-year-old who has been charged with a crime that provides a term of imprisonment of 30 years or more, a charge of burglary in the first degree, and attempted murder to be charged in General Sessions Court. That's really the main thing that this bill does. The committee amendment addresses repeat offenders, a 17-year-old who has been adjudicated delinquent in family court or convicted in General Sessions Court of a felony and is charged with another felony must have that charge heard in General Sessions Court. Also, current law requires juveniles between the ages of 14 and 17 who have been previously convicted of 2 felonies that carry 10 years in prison may be waived up from family court to General Sessions Court. The amendment proposes to change that to 1 previous 10-year felony conviction instead of 2 before potentially being waived to General Sessions Court. Lastly, right now, if a juvenile is charged as an adult and begins in General Sessions Court, the solicitor has the sole discretion to remand the case to the family court.
The committee amendment allows the judge, sua sponte, to send the case to family court and allows defense counsel, who represents the juvenile, to file a motion to have the case removed and taken back down to family court. And the reason for this, even on the gun things, when it comes to 17-year-olds, is gun violence has gotten out of hand in South Carolina. In 2024, I think there were over 1,600 juveniles with weapons charges. That's 17 and under. That is a lot. There are a lot of waivers that the number of waivers have increased over the years. More and more violent crimes are being committed by juveniles. There was an ad hoc committee that was created last year. Summer, fall, they met, they addressed these issues. Several bills came out. This is one of them that came out. We'll have one for fingerprints that I'm going to take up later today. It's about 2 bills down on the calendar. There was another one that was dealing with something to try and prevent juvenile crime. So we have a problem with juvenile violent crimes in South Carolina, and this should, we hope, try to address that because it's just getting out of hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a...
All right, Ms. Wetmore has a question for you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Johnson. I do want to point out I served on the ad hoc committee, and this is not one of the bills that I was excited about, but I do just want to make sure that we're clear what we're doing here. So Title 16 refers to our gun crimes, right? So in this case, that would be, unlawful carrying, I guess, doesn't exist anymore, but if they are under the age of 18, that in and of itself is a crime, right? If you possess a firearm under the age of 18, right?
Right.
And so in Title 16, if a juvenile is possessing a handgun, they are now automatically going to face that charge as adults?
Yes, in general sessions.
And
That's
so
right.
now that 16-year-old whose only interaction with the law enforcement community was possessing a firearm in their car, wherever they were, is now going to go to adult prison?
Well, I thought, yeah.
So they would go to SCDC with the other adults?
No, ask that question one more time. I think you got
And
something
that's what I'm
confused
trying to
there.
clarify
They
here.
go to
So-
DJJ.
They go to DJJ
16
even if
and
they're
under.
convicted as adults?
Yes.
Okay, so they're tried in general sessions court. And so do they get an indeterminate sentence or a sentence?
They'll go to DJJ, and then they'll, after they complete their sentence in, or should I say when they turn 17, then they will go up to Department of Corrections. They have a juvenile housing facility there. Then once they reach, I think,
Okay.
18, then they'll go into regular
Okay, so they will go to DJJ until they turn 17, at which point, for the same offense, they'll be transferred to SCDC? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they talked all about this during that committee that you were on.
we
SLED
talked
got up and
to some
testified
extent about
it.
this.
Chief Keel got up and testified to it. DJJ, Eden Hendrick got up and testified as to exactly how all this works. All that's been well vetted out at that ad hoc committee that you were on.
Okay, sounds good.
I know you don't like the bill, but anyway,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
we had a lot of testimony certainly about violent crimes, a lot of testimony about all of that, and I don't disagree with you as to violent crimes. But I do want to be clear that we are taking what is right now a 5-year potential, up to 5-year felony for possession of a gun, and making it mandatory that those juveniles go to General Sessions Court and are prosecuted by the adult solicitors, right? Well, the solicitors who handle adult cases in General Sessions Court, right? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Huff is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, I have concealed carry permit and carry with me. If I leave that gun in my car and my son is then driving my car, she just got me thinking, I don't know what that rule is. My son then gets stopped, he's under 16. he gets stopped in my car. That's a felony for him now under this?
No, I think that's a different situation there. That is one that is your car. It's not him. He's not using it during a crime. He's not on the street, so.
This is only during a crime.
Do what?
This is only during a crime then, is what you're telling me? What if all right, hang on, let me amend my question.
Under the law as it's currently written, that's what I want to make sure. That does not fall under that law as him being somebody in possession. He doesn't have it on him.
Well, can I amend that question and say I leave my gun in his car and he's riding around, the car that he drives all the time? Does that change it?
Yeah. I don't think he'd be charged under this. Yeah.
I prefer more than I don't think.
And the reason
Just
is
no offense, but I'd
now,
like to.
Here's the thing is, could it be a defense? Certainly could, that it's yours. You go testify, hey, I left it in there. He was using my car. He wasn't using it for anything that was a bad actor. So it's a question of fact.
It's a question of what?
It's a question of fact. And in court, you have questions of fact. Does it meet the elements of the crime?
Yeah. That's.
Mr. Hyatt is recognized for a question.
That's not good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for taking my question. And I'm going to read this not out of my ignorance, not yours. But this is what my sheriff just sent to me. He sent this to me on Friday, and I'm asking for him.
Yeah.
Because
I think I know what the question's going to be, but go ahead.
Well, I'll read it. The change could impact all county jails as it introduces an additional group of juveniles who may be charged as adults and therefore housed in county facilities rather than DJJ. Many facilities already face challenges meeting the sight and sound separation.
If you wouldn't mind, can you repeat that? I think people were talking.
I thought you said you knew what my question was going to be.
I just want to make sure I understand it's the right one.
The change could impact all county jails because they're not set up to house, if this law goes into effect, they're not set up to house these students because they send them to DJJ instead of housing them in the local jails. And our county just built a new law enforcement center, and he's concerned about that. It says, many facilities already face challenges meeting the sight and sound separation, as most jails do not have small, dedicated housing units and cannot reasonably allocate larger units for 1 or 2 juveniles, while maintaining complete separation is required by minimum standards and applicable statutes. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah, I certainly can. Been all over this question before. We're not doing anything different for 17-year-olds because of a gun crime. They've already got to house them there, so there's nothing really that different. Might be a few more that they may have to at the local detention centers. But if they're 16, they go either one, they're released to family members, or they go to DJJ. So they're not housed there locally, is my understanding. That's the information I've been given.
Okay.
They can't house them there. They have to send them to DJJ, is my understanding.
So they'll continue to send them to DJJ like they're doing now?
Yeah.
But
at 16, yes.
At 16?
Right.
So there won't be any change, as far as you know, there won't be any change to our local law enforcement facilities as far as housing these?
That's my understanding.
And
that's what I've been told.
All right, Mr. Johnson, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to take your second 10 minutes? Wish to take your second 10 minutes? You got a number of questions. Okay.
I'm through. I'm through. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
you're
you,
through.
Mr.
Mr. Pope. Mr. Pope, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Johnson, I thought I heard at the very end you said something about the judge sua sponte or an attorney asking for a waiver, basically sending it back to family court. Can you elaborate a little more on how that procedure, I know right now the solicitor, it rarely happens because they automatically get waived up, but it might be appropriate to send them to juvenile court. But tell me a little more about this. Will a defense attorney, I don't do criminal defense, but if I did, would it not be malpractice for me not to, or to make that motion every single case? Are you not going to have a series of hearings? I was just curious if that came up in your discussion.
Yeah. That did come up. That question did come up. Right now, currently, the law is the solicitor already has the ability to, petition and return the juvenile to family court. what we added in here as a kind of like a savings clause, if you will. And I think you're kind of in the same situation as me, as you really can't hear that well anymore. But anyway, so we put in there the circuit court, since we're dealing with 16-year-olds. That's really the aim of the bill. What it does with these 16-year-olds who are committing these violent crimes, it's serious. 30 years, maybe life. So we've got in there the circuit court judge can sua sponte, send the juvenile back down to family court, or the defense attorney representing that child can file that petition to have the judge consider it and remand that child back to family court. So that's what it's for. Now, should a defense attorney file that petition? That's outside this bill. That's really for every defense attorney to consider the facts and whatever their procedure is. I've heard many, many criminal defense attorneys say, hey, we had a strategy, this was our strategy, and that's what we went with, and did go with that strategy. So, in abundance of caution, I could certainly see a defense attorney filing that petition.
And that's what I, because I know you're working to try to streamline it without trampling on anyone's rights. I was thinking kind of in the abstract. Of course, I talked to DJJ too, and just trying to understand. It seems like there'll be a hearing every single time now because the defense counsel will need to do that. I mean, and I understand this is part of a bigger amendment, but I just was curious if that was a concern again, that you're going to slow down the system because you're going to have a hearing every single time now.
On average, to even deal with these cases on waivers, it's normally average 18 months or more. So it's not like it's a quick process anyway. This is something that takes a while to get that waiver hearing done and how it works. And whenever that happens, when you're dealing with 16-year-olds, it's not that big of an inconvenience to file that. The judge can a judge hear them one right after another? If it takes 18 months on average to even hear the waiver, why not? And normally you would have a waiver in this process, but it is a way of protecting these 16-year-old children, because they are children, juveniles. However, they're charged with a very, very serious offense called 16. You're dealing with murder, attempted murder, burglary in the first degree with aggravating factors, meaning that juvenile has gone into your home in the cover of night or has a weapon with them. So they're charged with something serious, or a crime 30 years or more. So it's a serious violent crime. So it is a savings clause. Some people say, hey, we just want the solicitors, prosecutors, move along with it. But we do, since they're 16, it was raised by Representative Robbins. His amendment, he felt passionate about it. He may even get up here and speak on that issue. But yes, that has been well ferreted out. And I thank you, Representative Pope, for bringing up that question, because it is an important question as to how procedurally that may work. But in abundance of caution, I can certainly see a defense attorney doing it. And which doesn't really change a whole lot, because when you try cases, I've tried a lot of cases over the years, you've tried a lot of cases over the years, there are certain motions you have to make anyway to have an appeal in a criminal trial. You better make a directed verdict motion, a new trial motion. You know what I mean?
I know other people have questions. I just want to ask this final one. So, you were talking about waiver hearings that take a long time, to waive somebody up, but there's also automatic waivers too. So would this option to send them back down apply, and maybe Robbie can answer that for me, would it apply to the ones that automatically get waived up too, or just the ones that have waiver hearings?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Would it apply this same option to take them back down? Would it apply to the ones that automatically go up? You were talking about 18 months of waiver hearings. There's two ways to get them up, automatically or waiver hearing. Would it apply to both?
And the automatic is because of the nature of the crime and the age.
Correct.
So 17s, they're already charged in general sessions, waived up, if you will, automatically, what you're talking about. 16-year-olds, yes, they're automatically, if they've committed or charged with having committed those types of violent crimes.
And I know we're having a hard time here, and my question is...
All right, hold on a second. All right, members, if you got conversations, take them outside. That includes Mr. Rose, Mr. Hart. Please, guys, nobody can hear. All right.
Just quickly, the automatic waivers, Mr. Johnson, the automatic waivers, come up, like I said, because of status, because of age and the nature of the crime. Do they still have this new option I know the solicitor could always still send it back. Does the sua sponte and the lawyer request, does that occur for automatic and for ones that had waiver hearings? Because there's two different ways.
Yes, I mean.
Okay, it replies.
Yes, on this one, it will, if you look at the bill as it's written and the statute, it says here what they're charged with, those crimes, and it has here that may be remanded to the family court for disposition of the charge, discretion of the solicitor, circuit court. So it's at the end of that 17-year-old section. And if you look down at the 16-year-old section that is created, it's got it in there too. So it would apply for both of them.
Thank you, sir.
Might be for a court to later determine.
Yeah, that means that they're on the court.
You are just can't wait, Ms. Cobb Hunter, can you?
Nobody asked the judge to do
All right, so Mr. Cobb Hunter is now recognized for a question.
Only thing I can say is, uh-oh.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Johnson, thank you. I'm a little confused. I was outside, so forgive me if you've already answered this. Following up on Representative Hyatt's questions, are the counties what you just, can you run through that? Let me ask it this way. Did you know that I've heard from my county officials who are concerned about a few areas? One is in small rural counties in particular, the notion of being able to separate juveniles, sight and sound, from adults. Your response made it seem like that's pretty easy to do. Would you agree that for a lot of counties, from a facility standpoint, that we may be inadvertently passing on to our constituents at the local level a necessary tax increase to build facilities to accommodate this legislation? Or am I missing something?
I think that was really a ways and means type of question, which I think you'd be well versed in, Representative Cobb Hunter. But, we have a juvenile violent crime problem. And right now, the 17-year-olds, they're housed locally. The numbers aren't really going to be a lot higher as that they're going to have to house them there. The 16-year-olds, and I've held discussions about this, and what I was told and my understanding of how this process works, they will go to DJJ if they're 16 and below.
Well, let me ask you real quickly, because others may have questions as well. Do we know how many 17-year-olds currently are residing in detention centers? Your staff is telling you 60
across the state.
So would it be logical to surmise that if we've got 60 in custody right now in these facilities, with the passage of this legislation, isn't that likely to increase? Isn't that number likely to increase?
It would increase, but it won't be a number of 60 across the state.
All right.
Because we're just adding some 17-year-olds. I'm sorry.
Mr. Johnson, your second 10 minutes has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gilda Cobb Hunter, I always enjoy talking to you, but unfortunately the rules don't prevent us from talking more, but I would always enjoy it.
Why don't you go?
You are out of
All right, pending question is adoption of all right, you need to adjourn debate. Okay, Mr. Hart needs to adjourn debate. That's the motion. Mr. Brandon Newton moves to table the adjourn debate motion. Mr. Grant requests a roll call. 9 members second the request. 9 members do. Voting on the board, the motion is tabling the motion to adjourn debate. On the amendment, right? Okay. All right, time's expired, polls closed, clerk will tabulate. Huh? Oh. All right, by a vote of 82-34, House tables a motion to adjourn debate. Sergeant, my card's not working on voting. All right, pending question is adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? There's a 34 noes, real loud. So amendment is adopted. Mr. Bamberg. All right, Mr. Bamberg is recognized to speak on the bill. Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to just bring to folks' attention that on the underlying bill, the South Carolina Jail Administrators Association is actually against the bill for a number of reasons. They've gone on record about that.
Hold on. Members, please take your conversations out. Nobody can hear one thing. I can't even hear them up here. So please, everybody, listen to Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Bamberg, you're...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The South Carolina Jail Administrators Association, so in South Carolina, some jails are controlled and governed and handled by the sheriff, some by the county themselves via the county administrator. The Jail Administrators Association is against this bill. They are speaking on behalf of all the jails in the state of South Carolina, and one of the concerns that they raised was, after reviewing all of this, that county detention facilities in South Carolina were neither designed nor constructed to house juveniles under the age of 18 who were charged as adults. In some counties where the jails are already understaffed, and based on the requirements for actually monitoring a juvenile in a jail, you have to have line of sight and ear, and they're not going to be able to accomplish that. I think some jails in this state can only house, Representative Cobb Hunter, a max of 2 juveniles under the age of 18. Now, I've heard that this would not impact whether or not juveniles get sent to DJJ when arrested or if they have to be housed at the local jails. However, I'm not sure. I think that we need to be very careful, and I plan on voting against this. Counties like Bamberg, we need a new jail to be built. Our jail is super old. Counties like Orangeburg, they actually house detainees, adult detainees from Calhoun County, because Calhoun County does not have its own jail. And y'all, we do have deaths across this state all the time in our county jails. So I think we should maybe be a little more prudent before we pass a law, albeit from a good place. You know, me personally, 15, 16, 17 years old, you know you shouldn't murder people. If this just restricted it to if you're 15, 16, 17 and you murder someone, you murder them, then you start out at general sessions as an adult and you can try to waive down based on the circumstances. I would support that. I think this is a little too broad. And with the Jail Administration Association being against it, I do intend to vote against the bill.
All right, Mr. Pace is recognized for a question. All right, Mr. Pace is not, Ms. Cobb Hunter is recognized for a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I know we're pressed for time. Mr. Bamberg, let me ask you this, because I agree with what you are saying. Would you agree all of us care about juvenile crime, especially juvenile violent crime? We all agree to that, right?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And we all recognize that this is a financial hardship for DJJ.
Yes, ma'am.
But how do you respond to those who say, okay, we all agree, we recognize that this has impacted DJJ, but what y'all are doing, meaning us in this legislation, is pushing the cost from DJJ down to the local government. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with those who say, look, y'all, we appreciate all of that, but the bottom line and the reality is that the state has a responsibility for detention of juveniles, and what we're doing in this legislation is passing the buck from the state to the local level. And that if we really want to do something about this without negatively impacting constituents on the local level, what we ought to do as a General Assembly is provide adequate funding for DJJ. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense, and I also think we need to make sure that juveniles who are charged with things like treason, missing school, aren't housed with those who are charged for murdering and things like that. And Representative Cobb Hunter, just quickly, we also need to listen to the people that do the job every day. And when the Jail Administrators Association says we should slow down, this isn't a good idea, I'm inclined to just go with that.
And I agree with you. And did you know that I think all those administrators and detention folk who are listening, what you should spend time doing today is reaching out to your legislator, asking him or her how they voted on this bill and what they intend to do to make sure that this cost is not passed on to local constituents, because in Orangeburg County, that's who's going to bear the brunt of this legislation. Thank you so much, Mr. Bramberg.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Representative Cobb Hunter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Johnson, quickly, got 5 minutes.
I won't be that long.
All right.
Thank you very much. I couldn't hear everything that Bamberg was saying because people were asking me some questions, and everything I had said was on point. But if you're 16 and below, you go to DJJ as a juvenile. If you're 17, then you house locally. It won't be that many numbers. It won't, even the fiscal impact, they really couldn't come up with very much of an increase, just as how much it costs to house each one. So it's not that big of an impact. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Jay Jordan moves to adjourn debate. All right. So Mr. Jay Jordan moves to recede until noon. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. We recede till noon, where we will have a joint session for elections of judges and PSC. So body is stand at ease.
Towering over 3,500 feet, Sassafras Mountain is the highest point in the state of South Carolina. That makes this area the perfect place to view from the sky. With spectacular 360-degree views, Sassafras Mountain is the natural border between North in South Carolina. Many folks believe that the name sassafras comes from the abundance of sassafras trees at the mountain's foothills and slopes. But if you ask the locals, the name actually goes back to the 1800s when the Cherokee created a village at the base of the mountain. They created fields of sassafras saplings. The locals started to call it Sassafras Field, and over time, the name expanded to include the entire mountain. Sassafras is like no other place in the southeast. It's what geologists call a tri-point, which means the peak of the mountain is a dividing point for 3 different watersheds. The Continental Divide also runs at the peak of Sassafras. When rain falls on Sassafras, depending on which side of the mountain the rain falls, the water could either end up at Charleston Harbor or New Orleans, Louisiana. If you want to get to a point to see these outstanding views, get ready for an adventure. Today, the views of the landscape can best be seen looking from its observation deck at the summit. Constructed in 2019, the deck provides an impressive 50-mile view of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Observers can catch a glimpse of 3 states here: North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. A compass rose engraved at the center displays the state line that runs across the entire deck. When the days become shorter and the temperature begins to drop, leaves stop photosynthesizing and chlorophyll begins to break down. During this process, green colors start to disappear and give way to the spectacular yellow, orange, scarlet, and purple colors that were present in the leaves but not visible before. This creates a dramatic and beautiful landscape across the entire mountain range. The awe-inspiring natural feature is just one of the many remarkable South Carolina wonders that can be enjoyed from the sky. Oconee County, situated in the northwest corner of South Carolina, is a picturesque and vibrant region known for its natural beauty and diverse landscapes. Translated from Cherokee, Oconee means water eyes of the hills. Its stunning mountain vistas, serene lakes, waterfalls, and lush forests make it a haven for outdoor enthusiasts. Aside from its serene areas, Oconee boasts a rich and unique history. Now it's time to explore these treasures of Oconee County from the sky. Originally inhabited by Native American tribes, mainly the Cherokee, the region witnessed European exploration and settlement in the 18th century. The establishment of the town of Walhalla by a group of German settlers led by John Wagner in 1850 marked a significant milestone in Oconee's history. Walhalla was named after Valhalla, the Norse mythology afterlife by these German settlers. After founding the settlement, Wagner would become Charleston's 43rd mayor and serve as an officer of the Confederate States Army during the Civil War. One relic from that time period, Stump House Tunnel, is a captivating historical landmark that offers a glimpse into the region's ambitious past. Construction for the tunnel began in 1853 by the Blue Ridge Railroad. Its purpose was to connect Anderson, South Carolina to Knoxville, Tennessee. By early 1860, due to lack of funding and the brink of Civil War, construction was halted, and what's left today is a tunnel leading 1,600 feet into the heart of Stump House Mountain. Though the project
The Joint Assembly will please come to order. Members and guests, please be seated. Thank you for your cooperation. Again, I would ask that the Joint Assembly come to order. Thank you. The Joint Assembly is convened for the purpose of conducting elections to fill positions on the judiciary. Nominations are now in order. Representative Micah Caskey, the chairman of the Judicial Merit Selection Commission, is recognized for nominations. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Assembly, the Judicial Merit Selection Commission met November 17th through the 20th and conducted judicial screening of candidates to succeed and fulfill the terms of all positions to be elected today. Pursuant to Section 2-19-90, there will be no nominating speeches. If anyone desires to second a nomination, please forward your written second to the desk for inclusion in the journal. We have for election 1 seat for re-election to the Court of Appeals, 3 seats for re-election and 2 open seats on the Circuit Court, 4 seats for re-election and 6 open seats on the Family Court, and 1 seat for re-election and 1 open seat on the Administrative Law Court. Turning now to the Court of Appeals. The Commission found the Honorable Stephanie P. McDonald qualified and nominated for Judge of the Court of Appeals, Seat 7. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Stephanie P. McDonald for Judge of the Court of Appeals, Seat 7. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Stephanie P. McDonald is duly elected to the South Carolina Court of Appeals for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Turning now to the Circuit Court. The Commission found Will Wheeler qualified and nominated for Judge of the Circuit Court, 3rd Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I hereby place in nomination Will Wheeler for Judge of the Circuit Court, 3rd Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I move that acclamations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
Roll call has been requested. Objection is heard. Roll call will be ordered. Representative Hyatt, what purpose do you ask? Is there objection? Unanimous consent that the House vote on the board? Hearing no objection, so ordered, the House will vote on the board. Clerk will ring the bell.
I don't know.
The reading clerk. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. The candidate is Will Wheeler, 3rd Circuit, Seat 2, Circuit Court. Senators will vote either aye or no. The reading clerk, please call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? Not voting. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Blackman? Not voting. Mr. Bright? No. Mr. Campson? Not voting. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Chaplin? Not voting. Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? Not voting. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine votes aye. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez? Mr. Fernandez abstains. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? Mr. Goldfinch votes no. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? No. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Lieber? No. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. Ott? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Mr. Rankin not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh? No. Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? No. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Senator Campson votes aye. Senator Rankin votes aye. Alexander votes aye. Senator Cromer votes no. Senator Blackman votes aye. Further senators wishing to cast your vote? Final call. The polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. Now the House will proceed to vote. All those wishing to vote for Will Wheeler will vote aye. All House members wishing to vote voted. Have all members wishing to cast your vote in the House voted? Final call. The polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. May I have your attention? May I have your attention? By a vote of 107 to 53, I hereby declare that Will Wheeler is duly elected to the South Carolina Circuit Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the Honorable Debbie McCaslin qualified and nominated for Judge of the Circuit Court, 11th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Debbie McCaslin of Judge of the Circuit Court, 11th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I move that nominations be closed and that she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Debbie McCaslin is duly elected to the South Carolina Circuit Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the Honorable H. Stephen DeBerry qualified and nominated for Judge of the Circuit Court, 12th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable H. Stephen DeBerry IV for Judge of the Circuit Court, 12th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I move that nominations be closed and he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that H. Stephen DeBerry IV is duly elected to the South Carolina Circuit Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the following qualified and nominated for Judge of the Circuit Court, 16th Judicial Circuit, Seat 2, Melissa A. Inzerillo and Misty Shelton. Melissa A. Inzerillo has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Misty Shelton for Judge of the Circuit Court, 16th Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Misty Shelton is duly elected to the South Carolina Circuit Court for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the Honorable Milton G. Kimson qualified and nominated for Judge of the Circuit Court, at-large, Seat 5. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Milton G. Kimson for Judge of the Circuit Court, at-large, Seat 5. I move that nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Milton G. Kimson is duly elected to the South Carolina Circuit Court for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving now to the Family Court. The Commission found E. Thompson Kinney qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 3rd Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I hereby place in nomination E. Thompson Kinney for Judge of the Family Court, 3rd Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I move that nominations be closed and he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that E. Thompson Kinney is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the Honorable Elizabeth Biggerstaff York qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 4th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Elizabeth Biggerstaff York for Judge of the Family Court, 4th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Elizabeth Biggerstaff York is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Representative Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the Honorable Deborah A. Matthews qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 6th Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Deborah A. Matthews for Judge of the Family Court, 6th Judicial Circuit, Seat 2. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Deborah A. Matthews is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the Honorable Spiros Stavros Frederickos qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 9th Judicial Circuit, Seat 5. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Spiros Stavros Frederickos for Judge of the Family Court, 9th Judicial Circuit, Seat 5. And I move that nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Spiros Stavros Fergadeiros is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Still can't do it. Accept my apologies. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found Marissa K. Jacobson qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 9th Judicial Circuit, Seat 7. I hereby place in nomination Marissa K. Jacobson for Judge of the Family Court, 9th Judicial Circuit, Seat 7. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare Marissa K. Jacobson is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the following qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 11th Judicial Circuit, Seat 4. Elnora Jones-Dean and Rebecca West. Elnora Jones-Dean has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Rebecca West for Judge of the Family Court, 11th Judicial Circuit, Seat 4. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
Motion. Motion is objected to by the Representative Pace. Roll call will be ordered. Representative Hyatt. Is there objection, unanimous consent, that the House will be allowed to vote on the board on this and any future roll call votes? Hearing no objection to that, that is granted. So the question before us is the Family Court, 11th Circuit, Seat 4. The candidate is Rebecca West. The Senate will proceed to the vote. I'd ask the reading clerk to call the roll of the Senate to vote aye in favor and no opposed to Rebecca West. Call the roll of the Senate. I would ask for a little bit of order as the names are called so that the reading clerk can hear. I would just a little bit of order, please. Thank you. Reading clerk, call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Blackman. Aye. Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright not voting. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Not voting. Mr. Chaplin. Not voting. Mr. Clymer. Not voting. Mr. Corbin. Mr. Corbin votes no. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Elliott. Aye. Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez abstains. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Lieber. Mr. Lieber. Not voting. Mr. Martin. No. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. No. Mr. Ott. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Not voting. Mr. Rice. No. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Stubbs. Aye. Mr. Sutton. Aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Burden. Aye. Mr. Walker. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Zell. Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Bright votes no. Senator Clymer votes no. Senator Lieber votes no. Senator Rickenbach votes no. Further members of the Senate wishing to cast your vote? Final call. We'll proceed to the voting by the House members on the board. Yes or no? Have all House members cast your vote? Have all members recorded your vote? Final call. The polls are closed, and the clerk will please tabulate. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? By a vote of 105 to 51, I hereby declare that Rebecca West is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the Honorable Tarita A. Dunbar qualified and nominated for Judge of the Family Court, 13th Judicial Circuit, Seat 5. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Tarita A. Dunbar for Judge of the Family Court, 13th Judicial Circuit, Seat 5. I move that nominations be closed and she be elected by acclamation.
Objection is heard. We will proceed to a vote. I'd ask the Joint Assembly to give us your attention. We'll have order. We're going to proceed to the roll call vote. I'd ask that the reading clerk of the Senate prepare to call the roll on Tarita A. Dunbar, Family Court, 13th Circuit, Seat 5. Reading clerk will proceed to call on the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen? Votes aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Blackman? Aye. Mr. Bright? Not voting. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Not voting. Mr. Chaplin? Not voting. Mr. Clemmer? Not voting. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez? Abstains. Mr. Gambrill? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? Aye. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? Votes aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. Ott? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rickenma? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? Aye. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams not voting. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators cast your vote? Senator Bright votes no. Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote? Final call. Polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. We now proceed to those in the House wishing to cast your vote. All those in favor would vote aye on the board. Those opposed, like side by red for no. Have all members of the House recorded your vote on the board? Those wishing to vote have all recorded your vote. Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. May I please have your attention? May I please have your attention? By a vote of 123 to 33, I hereby declare that Tarita A. Dunbar is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. We will continue now. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the following qualified and nominated for judge of the Family Court, 14th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3, Scarlett B. Moore and the Honorable Larry W. Widener. Scarlett B. Moore has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Larry W. Widener II for judge of the Family Court, 14th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I move that nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Larry W. Widener II is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Representative Caskey.
The commission found the following qualified and nominated for judge of the Family Court, 14th Judicial Circuit, Seat 4, Scarlett B. Moore and Catherine Webb. Scarlett B. Moore has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Catherine Webb for judge of the Family Court, 14th Judicial Circuit, Seat 4. I move that nominations be closed and that she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Catherine Webb is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the Honorable Melissa M. Frazier qualified and nominated for judge of the Family Court, 15th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable Melissa M. Frazier for judge of the Family Court, 15th Judicial Circuit, Seat 3. I move that nominations be closed and that she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Melissa M. Frazier is duly elected to the South Carolina Family Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Turning now to the Administrative Law Court. The Commission found the following qualified and nominated for Judge of the Administrative Law Court, Seat 4: Jason P. Luther, Kelly Ransford, Michael S. Tranum, Nicole T. Weatherton, and the Honorable Barbara Bobby Wofford Conwat. Kelly Ransford has withdrawn, Michael S. Tranum has withdrawn, Nicole T. Weatherton has withdrawn, and the Honorable Bobby Wofford Conwat has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Jason P. Luther for Judge of the Administrative Law Court, Seat 4. I move that nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Jason P. Luther is duly elected to the South Carolina Administrative Law Court for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the Honorable S. Phil Linsky qualified and nominated for Judge of the Administrative Law Court, Seat 6. I hereby place in nomination the Honorable S. Phil Linsky for Judge of the Administrative Law Court, Seat 6. I move that nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that S. Philip Linsky is duly elected to the South Carolina Administrative Law Court for the term prescribed by law. Thank you, Chairman Caskey. We will now proceed to the elections to fill positions on the Public Service Commission. Nominations are now in order. Representative Bill Herb Kurzman, Vice Chairman of the Public Utility Review Committee, is recognized for nominations. I would ask you to give Chairman Herb Kurzman your attention, please. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Assembly, Section 58-3-530(1A) of the South Carolina Code of Laws charges the State Regulation of Public Utilities Review Committee, the Review Committee, with the duty to nominate candidates for the members of the South Carolina Public Service Commission, the Commission. The terms for Commission seats 1, 3, 5, and 7 expired on June 30th, 2024. The Review Committee began the screening process on October 1st, 2025, with advertisements and press releases regarding the positions. A total of 11 candidates met the application deadline of October 24th, 2025. After the public hearings concluded, the Review Committee found a total of 10 candidates qualified and nominated for consideration by the General Assembly. Under the concurrent resolution, there will be no nominating speeches. If anyone desires to second a nomination, please forward your written second to the desk for inclusion in the journal. Pursuant to the concurrent resolution, members of the House of Representatives will vote individually on the board when appropriate. In accordance with the concurrent resolution, we have 4 elections today for 4 seats of the Public Service Commission. Public Service Commission Seat 1. The Review Committee found Eugene Henley and Carolee Williams qualified and nominated for Seat 1 of the Public Service Commission. Carolee Williams has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination the name of Eugene Henley, move the nominations be closed, and that he be elected by acclamation. And President, I was informed by Representative Erickson today that Mr. Henley will not be here in person today because of an imminent arrival of his first child.
Oh. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Eugene Henley is duly elected to the South Carolina, to the Public Service Commission for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Hernkosman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Service Commission, seat 3. The review committee found Bjorn J. Brooks and Stephen Mike Caston qualified and nominated for seat 3 of the Public Service Commission. I hereby place in nomination the name of Bjorn J. Brooks and Stephen Mike Caston and move the nominations be closed.
We will proceed to the vote. I would first ask the Senate to vote. The reading clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. The candidates are Bjorn J. Brooks and Stephen Mike Caston. Reading clerk will call the roll. Again, I would ask for folks to give attention so that the reading clerk can hear the responses of the senators. Reading clerk.
Mr. Adams. Caston. Mr. Alexander. Caston. Mr. Allen. Caston. Mr. Bennett.
Thanks, man.
Caston. Mr. Blackman. Caston. Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright is present. Mr. Campson. Caston. Mr. Cash. Caston. Mr. Chaplin. Not voting, Mr. Clymer. Caston. Mr. Corbin. Caston. Mr. Cromer. Caston. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. Caston. Mr. Elliott. Caston. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting, Mr. Gambrell. Caston. Mr. Garrett. Caston. Mr. Goldfinch. Caston. Mr. Graham. Caston. Mr. Grooms. Caston. Mr. Hembry. Caston. Mr. Hutto. Caston. Mr. Jackson. Caston. Mr. Johnson. Caston. Mr. Kennedy. Caston. Mr. Kimbrell. Caston. Mr. Lieber. Caston. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey. Caston. Mrs. Matthews. Caston. Mr. Ott. Caston. Mr. Peeler. Caston. Mr. Rankin. Caston. Mr. Rickema. Caston. Mr. Rice. Caston. Mr. Sabb. Caston. Mr. Stubbs. Caston. Mr. Sutton. Caston. Mr. Tedder. Caston. Mr. Turner. Caston. Mr. Burden. Caston. Mr. Walker. Caston. Mr. Williams. Caston. Mr. Young. Caston. Mr. Zell. Caston.
Have all senators cast your vote? Have all senators voted? Final call. The polls of the Senate are closed. We will proceed to the House voting. All those in favor of and wishing to vote for Bjorn J. Brooks, please vote now. Have all representatives voted that wish to vote for Bjorn J. Brooks? Final call. Polls are closed for Mr. Brooks. All those in favor of voting for Stephen Mike Caston, please vote now. Have all members wishing to vote for Mr. Caston cast your vote? Final call. Poll is closed. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? I'm in the middle of a total number of senators voting was 41. Total number of representatives voting was 118 for a grand total of 159. Necessary to a choice is 80, of which Mr. Bjorn J. Brooks received 11, in which Mr. Stephen Mike Caston received 148. I hereby declare that Mr. Stephen Mike Caston is duly elected to the South Carolina Public Service Commission for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Hick Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Service Commission, Seat 5. The Review Committee found James C. Gimarino, Eden B. Thomas, and Swain E. Whitfield qualified and nominated for Seat 5 of the Public Service Commission. James C. Gimarino has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination the name of Eden B. Thomas and Swain E. Whitfield and move the nominations be closed.
We will proceed to the vote. The reading clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. The candidates are Eden B. Thomas and Swain E. Whitfield. Reading clerk, call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams. Thomas. Mr. Alexander. Not voting, Mr. Allen. Whitfield. Mr. Bennett. Whitfield. Mr. Blackman. Whitfield. Mr. Bright. Whitfield. Mr. Campson. Whitfield. Mr. Cash. Whitfield. Mr. Chaplin. Not voting, Mr. Clymer. Thomas. Mr. Corbin. Whitfield. Mr. Cromer. Whitfield. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. Mrs. Devine. Not voting, Mr. Elliott. Whitfield. Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrell. Whitfield. Mr. Garrett. Whitfield. Mr. Goldfinch. Whitfield. Mr. Graham. Whitfield. Mr. Grooms. Whitfield. Mr. Hibry. Whitfield. Mr. Hutto. Whitfield. Mr. Jackson. Whitfield. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Thomas. Mr. Kennedy. Whitfield. Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting, Mr. Lieber. Whitfield. Mr. Martin. Whitfield. Mr. Massey. Thomas. Mrs. Matthews. Whitfield. Mr. Ott. Whitfield. Mr. Peeler. Thomas. Mr. Rankin. Whitfield. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Whitfield. Mr. Rice. Whitfield. Mr. Sabb. Thomas. Mr. Stubbs. Whitfield. Mr. Sutton. Whitfield. Mr. Tedder. Whitfield. Mr. Turner. Whitfield. Mr. Verdon. Whitfield. Mr. Walker. Whitfield. Mr. Williams. Whitfield. Mr. Young. Whitfield. Mr. Zell. Whitfield.
Alexander votes Whitfield. Senator Devine votes Whitfield. Other senators wishing to cast your vote? Final call. The polls for the Senate are closed. We'll now proceed to the House of Representatives. All those in favor and wishing to vote for Heaton B. Thomas, please vote now. All members wishing to vote for Heaton B. Thomas, recorded your vote. Final call. That poll is closed. All those in favor of Swain E. Whitfield, please vote now. All members wishing to vote for Mr. Whitfield, have you cast your vote? Final call. Final call. The polls are closed, and the clerk will tabulate. Mr. Hart, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have unanimous consent for the last two losing candidates to reimburse the taxpayers for calling these two races to a vote.
Objections heard. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? Total number of senators voting was 42. Total number of representatives voting was 117, for a grand total of 159. Necessary for a choice is 80, of which Mr. Thomas received 12 and Mr. Whitfield received 147. I hereby declare that Swain E. Whitfield is duly elected to the South Carolina Public Service Commission for the term prescribed by law. That was 5, right? So we go to. Chairman Herkersman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Service Commission seat number 7. The review committee found Clint A. Elliott, Kenneth R. Moss, and Delton W. Powers, Jr. qualified and nominated for seat 7 of the Public Service Commission. Clint A. Elliott and Kenneth R. Moss have withdrawn. I hereby place in the nomination the name of Delton W. Powers, Jr. and move the nominations be closed and that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Delton W. Powers, Jr. is duly elected to the South Carolina Public Service Commission for the term prescribed by law. Great job. The purposes of this joint assembly having been completed, I hereby declare it adjourned.
All right, members and guests, please rise as the Honorable Senate exit the House chambers. All right, Mr. Moss moves that the House recede until 1:45. So 1:45, members, we'll return here and we'll pick up the debate where it was left.
Coming up on Citizen Better, join me, KJ Kearney, as I explore the link between climate change and racial inequities. We're also going to examine the power and pitfalls of social media activism in driving real change. Now this is Citizen Better. Climate change impacts our natural environment, but it's also a racial justice issue. Communities of color in the U.S. and globally are impacted first and worse by flooding, heat, and pollution. That's why environmental justice advocates from these communities in South Carolina are working towards solutions, from monitoring the water in their neighborhoods to lobbying their local legislators. Let's take a look.
So we're going to add 10 drops to our 10 milliliters, right? So
What happens if she does 11?
I mean, it probably wouldn't be the biggest deal, but
Climate change is not a future problem. It's here now. And as global temperatures rise, the glaciers are melting and the sea level is rising too. You can see the effects all over South Carolina right now. Coastal cities like Charleston have seen the sea level rise about ½ an inch per year since 2010. And heavier rain has led to flooding all across South Carolina.
I was born and raised in Columbia, and I lived in the Lower Richland community. So now I'm a graduate student at USC, trying to address environmental justice issues in my community. Since 2015, when we were hit with the 1,000-year flood, my community was impacted drastically. Mold, property damage, road closures, and even now we have more recurring rain events and flooding, as you can see along the Congaree. We don't have all the answers, and we know that the flood is going to keep on happening. It's just figuring out the best way to mitigate and respond.
And those floodwaters bring with them even more problems, from property damage to pollution, because many of the same fossil fuel facilities that are responsible for warming our climate are also polluting our environment. Climate change and environmental destruction are part of our present, but just how much they affect our future is still in our power, because the answers of what you can do about it could be closer than you think. South Carolina is home to 28 of the country's 1,300 plus Superfund sites, land contaminated with toxic waste that can infiltrate our water systems, especially during floods. And sometimes waste gets dumped directly into the rivers. As recently as 2010, South Carolina's DHEC determined that a former manufactured gas plant had been discharging coal waste, which was found in the Congaree River sediment. The $20 million cleanup efforts were only completed in 2023. In the meantime, everywhere the Congaree floodwaters went, coal tar pollution followed it. So I'm out here in Congaree National Park with Beata DeWitt. She's close to the problem and she's close to the solution, because she's teaching the next generation of Lower Richland residents how to monitor the quality of their water. So how do you find these groups of people that you're leading, and do other states have similar programs?
So we started with the high school students, and so these students are in a biology course, environmental health course. So they kind of already have the passion or the awareness of our ecosystem. And so we hope that not only just engaging with them, but also showing them, like, you know, you can do this in your own backyard. That will spark people to want to come out and do more, and probably tell their friends that, hey, this is something interesting, but we're also doing something impactful for our environment.
Things like rising sea levels and temperatures, heavy rains, toxic waste sites, and pollution in riverways may seem like separate issues from environmental degradation, but they're deeply intertwined. And like many other civic issues we face, they impact vulnerable populations first.
I work a lot in the energy space. And one thing that we found is that when it comes to energy, and when it's where they place these fossil fuel facilities and coal plants and gas plants, it's almost exclusively in communities of color, so Black and brown communities. And we found that these communities suffer the brunt of whatever is being done, and we call them often frontline communities, fence line communities, but they are suffering unequally the burden of energy generation everywhere throughout the U.S.
In 1982, environmental advocates discovered a disturbing pattern when a toxic waste dump was slated for placement in a black neighborhood in Warren County, North Carolina. The Warren County project was just one instance of a nationwide trend of placing waste sites, power plants, and other pollution generators in non-white, low-income neighborhoods, leaving communities of color to bear the health consequences. Residents in Warren County marched and protested the dump for over 6 weeks, concerned that it would leach toxic chemicals into their drinking water. The dump was still built, but they brought national attention to the issue of environmental justice. Congress requested a report on the locations of toxic waste sites in the U.S., which was released the following year. The U.S. Government Accountability Office found that most of the population living close to surveyed hazardous landfill sites were black. Other organizations, including the United Church of Christ Commission for Racial Justice, launched their own investigations. The group found that communities next to at least one hazardous site were on average 24% people of color, where communities without a waste site were only 12% non-white. Dr. Benjamin Chavis Jr., who worked on this report, coined the term environmental racism to describe this concerning pattern that environmental justice advocates like Beata and Paul are still trying to unravel today.
One of the real world consequences of climate change is local flooding. And here in the Midlands, it's been a little bit insane. We can have flood events in 5 Points area if it rains more than an inch at any given time. And not only does it have an impact, like with a car that might be floating, it also impacts communities downriver as well. So the Lower Richland community is right beside Congaree National Park. So they have every form of pollution you can think of down there. In the outskirts of the community, there is even a nuclear fuel fabrication facility that has been known to leak contamination out into the community.
To address environmental racism and climate injustice, people need to be able to access information about what's happening in their community, whether that's at the side of a river or behind a keyboard.
You'd be surprised what's happening in your neck of the woods, what's happening in your backyard. If you were to go onto the EPA or their state equivalents websites and look for Superfund sites or brownfields, you'd find they're all around you. So by looking up and trying to find what's going on around you, you can know a little bit more about the risks that are at play and hopefully take action to stop them.
But then, importantly, environmental justice advocates share that information with the people around them so they can work together towards a solution. Climate change is an all-hands-on-deck issue that starts with observing the world around us and speaking up when we notice that something isn't right. Black and brown communities are often most affected by these changes, but that also means environmental justice communities can be on the front lines of making change. As Paul Black says, the people closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. That begs me to ask the question, what solutions can you create in your community? When a disabled fan was not allowed to board a flight to see Beyonce's Renaissance tour with his wheelchair, the Beehive sprung into action to get him to a new tour date. Sometimes logging on to social media can be a first step towards being a better citizen. Does online activism actually work? If the first thing you thought of are those black squares people posted on Instagram in 2020, you might be a little skeptical that social media posts really have the power to create change. And you wouldn't be alone. A 2023 Pew Research study showed that 46% of social media users took some kind of political action last year. However, 76% of users believe that social media makes people think they're making a difference when they really aren't. But what if I told you that social media activism can work if you do it right? To figure out how to do online activism that makes change for the better, I talked to disability justice activist Kia Brown. From her first viral hashtag, Disabled and Cute, that encouraged self-love and joy among disabled Twitter users, Kia's used her platform to advocate for better disability representation in pop culture.
I have cerebral palsy, and so growing up, I didn't really have a lot of people who were like me in my area, and so a lot of the work that I had to do to discover who I am and discover other people like me was built online. And that's when I became an activist online, because I had no groups in person or in my area, and I really began to do my work so that I could make sure that people didn't have to worry about not seeing somebody who looked like them and not having a voice like theirs in these conversations.
For Kia, social media activism wasn't about performance, it was about access. Anyone with an internet connection and a smartphone can log on and talk about what's important to them.
A lot of disabled people come to the internet for community because disability can be so isolating. There's so much that we can't do, not because we don't want to, but just because our body has limitations. Like, I can't walk long distances or run a marathon, but I can get online and use my voice to hopefully make the world a better place.
When offline spaces are not inclusive, disability justice advocates have been able to create new online spaces to interact and organize around their shared experiences and goals. Like when activists Alice Wong, Andrew Pulrang, and Greg Baratan created the social media campaign Crip the Vote that became a rallying point for disabled activists to call for inclusion in candidates' policy priorities. Disabled advocates have often used social media to call attention to the ableism they face in everyday life. Take John Hetherington, who was unexpectedly turned away from a flight because of his wheelchair, which he had traveled with many times before.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane. Guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce. The man goes, "Oh, I think I remember your chair. We had to write a report about it." And that's the first time ever that I've ever heard this. I've flown all over the country, from Oregon to as far as Texas, to go to different concerts, and never heard anything like that.
So just give us a little bit of detail about what you decided to do after that.
You know, I was just frustrated, so I decided I'm just going to make a TikTok and kind of talk about the experience, what I had gone through, just thinking that, you know, I didn't have very many followers on TikTok, and I just thought a couple hundred people would see it, and that would kind of be the end of it. I just wanted to share my experience, so that's what I did.
Yeah, you did a great job because people were tagging who? Tell me some of the people that were being tagged in your video.
Beyonce, Jay-Z, Beyonce's sister Solange, her mom, Tina, her entertainment company, just anyone basically that had any close connection to Beyonce was getting tagged in this TikTok, basically. I didn't even know that it had gone viral on other platforms at that point.
So anyone who says social media doesn't actually make a positive difference has never met the Beehive. I mean, what other groups of tens of thousands would be committed to going completely silent? From the K-pop stans organizing streaming parties to get their favorite groups to the top of the charts, to the TV lovers rallying to get their favorite shows renewed for another season, fandoms know how to set a goal and stay on it. And in that way, fandom is a lot like activism. If you've ever used closed captions on Netflix, or rolled a wheelchair, stroller, or suitcase through the curb cuts in the sidewalk, you've seen the impact of the Americans with Disabilities Act, a set of civil rights protections prohibiting discrimination based on disability. But do y'all realize that the ADA has only been in place since 1990? In fact, disability justice activists fought for decades for this legislation. In the spring of 1990, after decades of sit-ins, transit boycotts, and protests modeled after the civil rights movement actions of the 1960s, disability activists like Mike Auberger and Maria Palacios gathered for a Wheels for Justice march on Washington. When they arrived at the base of the Capitol steps, They wanted to show just how inaccessible many physical spaces are and how lack of access robs disabled people of dignity and equality. Hundreds of activists, including the 8-year-old Jennifer Keelan Chaffins, got out of their chairs and crawled up the marble stairs, making a powerful statement that legislation couldn't wait any longer.
I'll take all night if I have to. All right.
The ADA was passed later that year, requiring businesses, schools, and transportation services to accommodate disabled people. But in practice, it isn't perfect. Like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it outlaws discrimination, but doesn't mean discrimination never happens. Many businesses and institutions have been slow to adopt accommodations.
The ADA is not the end-all be-all. It is the start. The ADA being signed into law was signed into law in 1990, which is the year before I was born. But it's just the start. It's just a paper. Oftentimes, when disabled people encounter inaccessibility, it is on us to do the work of trying to make it accessible. Businesses can take years to actually make the building accessible if a disabled person has the time, attention, and money to keep after them to make a building accessible. It is on the disabled person to bring accessibility to the forefront when it shouldn't be.
And that's exactly what happened to John when he got turned away from his flight.
And he ultimately tells me, well, the only plane big enough to get you to Seattle is an Airbus. And it's going to get me into Seattle about 12 hours after the concert is over. And I'm just demoralized at that point because it's like, you know, it was a very hard process to even get a ticket to Renaissance Tour. This was a huge deal, one of the biggest tours in the world.
Fortunately, making noise is something activists and fandoms using social media know how to do. When the Beehive helped his video go viral, he was able to get another flight and get tickets to another date of the Renaissance Tour. But John didn't experience a fluke moment of discrimination. In fact, during the social media flurry around his video, John declined to name the airline he was turned away from to make it clear that wheelchair users encounter problems with airlines all the time. In 2022, more than 11,000 wheelchairs were damaged by flight crews, more than 1 out of every 100 wheelchairs they handled. He wanted me to know that his experience was not an individual issue, and that online activists should keep putting pressure on airlines to ensure better treatment of all wheelchair users.
It's not just about one guy getting to go to a concert and see one artist. This is about systemic issues that people live with on a daily basis, you know? My going to this concert, while amazing, did not defeat ableism in any way. It's still something that I deal with every day of my life, and there are millions of other people who do too. So that's been my goal in all of this, is to keep raising those issues and not let people just have this be a feel-good moment. It's not that, really. It's far more than that.
Social media campaigns like John's and Kia's show that online activism can make an impact that lasts longer than the time it takes for us to scroll to the next post. But in order to beat the slacktivism allegations, we have to ensure that one moment of virality is not the end of the conversation.
To me, the most important thing is that people understand that they can be affected by these issues as well, whether they're currently disabled or not. And it's important that we all engage in these issues.
And you need to be able to lend your privilege and your platform to the people who know what they're talking about. I feel like as disabled people, we're often talked at, not to. And so you need to talk to the people in the community in which you consider yourself an ally, and make sure that you're building
There's only 2 people dancing. So, like, we must have been.
Social media gives us an opportunity to build community that can last for the long haul. Taking to social media is a great way to be civically engaged in everyday life. It's clear that you can make a meaningful impact on the regular rather than just on election days. The same is true when we look at topics like gender and racial wage gaps. Despite decades of equal pay legislation, wage gaps still persist. So what is your job?
I work as a senior administrative associate.
Software consultant.
The elementary school principal.
I am a sports and freelance photographer.
Cost estimator for a construction company.
Visual director and designer for high school marching bands.
What is your annual salary? How much do you make a year?
Yeah, so my annual salary is, I think, a little bit under 52.
I make $46,500 a year.
It's over $100,000.
I make about $85,000 a year.
Right now I make $1,000 a month.
$52,000 a year.
It's no secret that many millennials and Gen Z don't feel like they're getting back what they put in at the workplace. A recent Gallup poll showed that over half of workers born after 1989 feel disengaged at their workplace, and a third describe themselves as burnt out. Workers cited factors like poor work-life balance, a lack of opportunities to advance in their careers, and incomes that don't match up with their expectations as reasons why they feel checked out whenever they clock in. So if you don't feel valued at work, what if asking your coworkers this one simple question could help you get more fair pay? Like many Gen Zers, Hannah Williams felt she deserved more out of work. She hadn't negotiated her salary in her first job out of college and later discovered she was being underpaid by $25,000 compared to a coworker who performed a similar role.
That was a real career enlightening experience, that employers will willfully underpay you because it helps their bottom line.
With this new information about what her work was worth, Hannah started looking for jobs and was able to negotiate her next offer for an even higher salary than she had expected to ask for.
So I started making videos on my personal TikTok account talking about how much money I made at every single job I had, because I realized if I didn't know what I was worth, a lot of other people don't know either. So I was inspired by that experience, started posting about it. I had one video where I shared how much I made at all 5 jobs I'd had so far in my career, and it went viral. It was my first experience going viral and really showed me that not a lot of people were talking about transparency. Obviously, that's why there was an issue. And people were craving that information, not because they were nosy, but because they also had no idea what these roles were paying. That was my idea for Salary Transparency. I just figured if I go on the street and I ask strangers what they do and how much they make, I'll make one video, and hopefully a couple people will see it and feel inspired to advocate for themselves or realize that they're underpaid.
When she grew an audience of more than 1.4 million followers, asking people about their salaries, Hannah realized that the problem of pay inequity was much bigger than just her. Activists and legislators have been trying to fix these systems for decades, but just because the law requires equal pay for equal work, it doesn't mean that it actually happens. The U.S. Department of Labor found that in 2021, the average white woman with a full-time job made only 80 cents for every dollar men made. For many women of color, that gap is even wider, with black women making 69 and Hispanic women making 57 cents on the dollar compared to the average man. Part of this gap exists because women are overrepresented in fields with lower pay, like childcare, education, and service work, and underrepresented in higher paying industries like tech and engineering. Still, wage gaps can exist when men and women are performing this same exact work. In 1997, a manager at Goodyear Tire Plant in Alabama named Lily Ledbetter found an anonymous note with the salaries of 3 men who held the same position. Even though some of them had less education and experience than her, they were all being paid significantly more. In 2009, President Obama signed the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, making it easier for employees to sue for pay discrimination, even if, like Lilly, it takes them years of work to discover they've been underpaid. But workers like Lilly Ledbetter and Hannah Williams wouldn't have been able to fight for equal pay if they didn't know that they were being underpaid in the first place. And until you know what your work is worth, you can't negotiate.
When you became a principal, were you able to negotiate your salary, or did they just tell you this is how much you're gonna make?
Well, when I first signed for my first contract, it wasn't any negotiation there. You know, I was just pleased for the opportunity and grateful for it. So I didn't even push the button to try to negotiate. I do think there would have been an opportunity there.
So when I started my job, I did get to negotiate based on the experience that I had and the education that I was coming in with. So.
Now, do you and your coworkers talk about salary at work?
We do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. How do those conversations go?
It's a very transparent conversation about what we make, being mindful of the market and making sure that we are looking out for each other.
While pay equity is already the law, pay transparency is a tool workers can use to find out where our systems show bias. A study that analyzed 2 decades of academic salaries found that even when controlling for institution, discipline, tenure status, and achievements like grants and publications, there were still pay disparities.
Most corporations do not have a system in place that helps them determine how much to pay workers. A lot of times it's based on how do you vibe with the recruiter? Do they like you? Will they offer you more because they like you? That leaves the system and those decisions incredibly open to bias. And that's what causes inequity. And that's why we see these racial pay gaps, these gender pay gaps.
Pay transparency can expose patterns of bias so that employers can work on fixing them. In that same study of academic pay, researchers found that as salary data became more available in the field, the gender wage gap in academia started to shrink, with women making only 3.25% less than men by 2017. This happened both because employers who made salaries transparent felt pressure to bump up salaries of workers who were underpaid, and because workers who found out they were underpaid were more likely to leave their jobs and seek out better pay elsewhere.
I realized that there was a real clear solution to all of this, and it was to normalize pay transparency. And that if we all have a good understanding of what different roles can make, not only can we find better careers that are a good fit for our lifestyles and what we'd like to achieve in our lives, it's also a good way to help close pay gaps for everyone.
So if pay transparency is the key to keeping workers engaged and making equal pay a reality, what are equal pay advocates doing to make more transparency possible? For one, most private sector workers in the US already have the legal right to talk about pay with their coworkers. But talking about money at work can feel taboo or just plain scary. So what can you personally do to make it easier to start the conversation?
The first thing I would recommend is for them to take their research to their manager, just like I did, because there are corporations out there that are good actors. And if you give them the opportunity to solve inequity, hopefully they'll respond kindly and help you out. Ultimately, it is way more expensive to hire a new employee than to pay your current one fairly. And I think a lot of corporations are starting to realize that. So my first piece of advice would be take your market research, make sure you do good market research from good sources. There are multiple databases out there. Also, you can have direct conversations with people. That is the best way to get that contextual information to help you determine how underpaid you are. Take that market research to your manager and ask for a fair raise based on your research.
And 8 states have already passed laws requiring employers to be transparent about pay even before you get hired, either by including a salary range in the job posting or providing it during the interview process. Like most social change, achieving pay transparency is going to take a lot of uncomfortable conversations all the way from the break room to the halls of Congress. Throughout this episode, we've been handed a playbook of actions that can help all of us become part of a cycle of reciprocity where individuals, businesses, and community organizations all feed back into one another. I'm KJ Kearney. Until next time, let's citizen better.
My grandmother was diabetic, and I had an uncle who had severe diabetes. So I didn't want to be like them.
I'm very active, so I never thought that it would be me. I could remember being pre-diabetic and saying, oh, okay, it'll go away.
Being a compliant patient was not my thing for many, many years.
When you fall and you break your leg and then it causes you to have an amputation, you'll learn very quickly that you should have done something different.
When we were growing up, Grandma had a touch of sugar. They don't tell you that not only will diabetes kill your kidneys, it can take you from the best top health to the worst.
There is a diabetes crisis in South Carolina. Diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death and costs the state $6.4 billion a year. 1 out of 6 adult South Carolinians has the disease. 1 in 3 has prediabetes, which means that nearly half of the state's adult population has a problem with their blood sugar.
As we eat, food breaks down to sugar. The body's pancreas produces insulin, which is a hormone that takes the sugar from the bloodstream and pulls it into the body's cells to give us energy. But when you have diabetes, you have a problem either with type 1 diabetes not making the insulin, or with type 2 diabetes not making enough insulin. You have more sugar floating around in the blood, and that's what causes the problems that we see from diabetes.
Eye disease, kidney disease, damage to the nerves in the legs, damage to the blood vessels throughout the body, causing strokes and heart attacks and amputations. All of those things are to a large extent driven by chronically elevated sugar levels.
In the late 90s, my internist and I were arguing with each other because she was saying, Ms. Brown, you're pre-diabetic. And I'm saying, no, I'm not. This went on for about 1.5 years until finally, early in 2000, she says, Ms. Brown, your numbers are inching up and we're going to have to give you medication. I did not want the medication because I knew the diagnosis of diabetes was a life sentence. But my doctor explained to me some of the things I needed to do, what the medication would do, how I needed to take it, and I tried to cope with it.
I like to have a little mayo on mine. How about you?
You know I love mayonnaise.
Well,
Black people, African Americans, and Native Americans in this country are more susceptible to developing high blood sugar if other circumstances are not favorable.
Attack, that's the word I want, attack.
I was at the age of 40, about 10 years ago. I found out I was borderline diabetic. And I ended up getting tested and my sugars were high. I didn't really have insurance, so I didn't go to the doctor as needed. I was very lackadaisical in the beginning. My mother and father were diabetic, and I wasn't really following it or looking into it, but once I found out, it was very disturbing. I then started walking and drinking water, but it didn't help as much as I thought it would because I didn't change my eating habits. Once I did my aunt's eulogy, my uncle's eulogy. I actually spoke over their body, and to see them die with diabetes and COPD, it was scary for me. And I had to make a conscious decision to do better, or I wouldn't be here.
One of the main pieces of diabetes education is to help the patient change their behavior, really to change their lifestyle. These are not changes we want only just a week or two or a few months, even a year. This is a lifestyle change for the rest of their life because they're going to have diabetes for the rest of their life. So even if they get their diabetes controlled, they still need to keep in mind all of the lifestyle changes that we speak about.
I learned that I was diabetic when I was about 35 years old. It's kind of strange how I found out. My mother had been kind of locked in her room for 3 days. So we took her to the doctor to find out what was wrong. You know, of course, he's asking her questions, things like, you know, are you thirsty a lot? And she'd say yes, and I'd think, yeah, me too. He'd say, do you go to the bathroom a lot? And I'd say, yeah, me too. So pretty much everything he was asking her, I realized that I had the same symptoms. He went ahead and checked me for diabetes, checked my blood sugar at that time. My mother's was 200 and mine was 300. So she was nearly passed out at 200 and I was walking around at 300, but yes, we both had diabetes.
Until you're really bad off, you know, your sugar's so high that your vision gets blurred, or you have a fruity fragrance in your breath, you may not know you're diabetic. You develop hardening of the arteries. The further you go away from the heart, the smaller the vessels get. And the furthest part from the heart, feet. A lot of things that predispose you to getting an infection, and first thing you know, the only realistic thing to do would be to amputate.
I had been watching my blood sugar and monitoring it. It was always a little high, you know, 170 sometimes, maybe get up to 200 every now and again. All right, well, I traveled overseas and put in computer systems, and we were leaving the site and I fell. I thought, wow, I must have sprained my ankle. I went to see the doctor. He said, well, don't see anything on the x-ray. Let's just have you wear a boot and have you stay off of it for a while. 60 days came and I said, look, doc, it still hurts a lot. He said, okay, let's get an MRI. And he called me back in. He said, we found out it's broken. He says, the bone has died. We can't save it. He said, but we're going to try some new things and we'll see what we can do. I went online and I did my research, and we have all the data that shows that there's only a 25% chance of recovery. I knew what had to be done. I cried for 2 days. To add insult to injury here, my mother was living with me and she was in the hospital, and she died 3 days before I had my amputation. I went into severe depression, severe.
Mental health is a real thing. People who have amputations are affected by their mobility, the way that they see themselves, their level of independence, being able to drive, being able to participate in sports activities with their children. It's a really big change. It's like losing, of course, a part of yourself.
Probably 70% of my patients are diabetic. We're finding some younger people are having amputations from diabetic complications in their late 30s, 40s. I've actually seen a rise with the diabetes. I love actually helping my patients get up and gain their independence again, actually being able to help themselves at that stage.
There's gestational diabetes, which is diabetes that develops during a pregnancy, but goes away after the pregnancy. The problem is that often women get pregnant and they don't know that they have diabetes when they get pregnant, so then it becomes hard to distinguish gestational diabetes from diabetes that was present before the pregnancy.
In 1980, I became pregnant. They said I had gestational diabetes, and the doctor said, watch what you eat, you're fine. It's normal sometimes with pregnant women. I lost the baby. I got pregnant again. At that point, I was like told, hey, you know, you're pre-diabetic, watch what you eat. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to. I wouldn't listen to him. And in 2013, I went to work. All of a sudden, I got hit with body aches, fever, chills. I'm sitting up there going, what's going on here? Didn't know I was septic. Went to the doctors and he was like, hey, he said, that foot's got gangrene in it. He says, you got a choice. He says, you either let me have your foot. He says, and I'll have you up and walking in 6 months. Or he says, I can let you go home and you tell all your family goodbye. I looked at him, I said, no, sir. I said, this is just my earthly body. This is not my heavenly body. I said, you can have the foot. I deal with having to do dialysis now, not knowing that the diabetes would impact the kidneys.
Dialysis treatment is a process of cleaning the blood of the toxins because your kidneys aren't working properly, and so there's no way to clear all of that from your system.
If you do have diabetes and you end up on dialysis, then that's a permanent condition. So they have to commit their lives to either coming into the center 3 times a week or doing their treatment at home every night.
There is a place in South Carolina where risk factors have come together to create a perfect storm of diabetes. 29203 is a large zip code in Columbia, South Carolina's capital city. It consists of a myriad of diverse communities, some large, some small. 29203 has a majority African American population. 30% of the residents of the area live in poverty, and it is deemed a food desert for its shortage of grocery stores. Many of the people here have diabetes, leading to a plethora of dialysis centers and one of the highest rates of diabetic amputation in the country.
The fact that 29203 achieved regional, if not national, prominence is that we are, in our state, near the bottom of the nation in the state rankings, and therefore the worst zip codes in South Carolina are likely to be some of the worst in the nation. The social determinants of health are social factors that determine risk for health and health outcomes. So there's racial disparities, there's racial discrimination, there's discrimination according to income, according to where you live.
We, in 29203, we really have a pronounced food desert. You know, it's just not easy sometimes to get to the grocery store. And the vegetables are always more expensive than the processed food. Also, mamas are working and daddies are working longer hours. People aren't having time to cook nutritious meal, so you're picking up food and bringing it home. And all of that's processed. That processed food is killing us.
I've lived in 29203 my whole life. The idea of the mobile food market came up no later than 2017, which allowed us to address food insecurity. But for the federal dollars that we got for COVID, I don't know if we would have been able to implement that program. We've tried different locations because we wanted to be successful and sustainable. In every neighborhood, particularly neighborhoods that haven't had a lot of investment, additional resources is what we need. Typically, a lot of programs, we may give them 2 or 3 years, but they don't have the sustainability because they don't have the funding. If we had more resources, I think we could definitely change the outcomes that we're having in our communities.
Your Dollar Store is a community-based grocery store that's providing a means of fresh produce and grocery items that's in an area considered a food desert, I should say. The neighbors here in this community, they love the store being here. To be able to come to a store that's in walking distance and get some fresh produce was a win-win for them, because now they don't have to catch a bus, which is money spent, or you got to catch a cab or Uber, which is money spent. If they spend at least $5 off their EBT or SNAP card, they'll then get $15 in fresh produce. I want to say thank you to Dr. Humphrey at Prisma, because he said we got a plan here. We want to use your store as a hub to provide a voucher program to send our diabetics here. So instead of going to a fast food restaurant, instead of going to get a bag of chips per se, they can come get an apple or orange or pineapple, strawberries, squash, cabbage, and so forth on.
In 1980, my goal was to see the black man live to age 65, because they were dying before 65.
Here in Colombia, there's a 10 or more year difference in life expectancy according to what zip code you live in.
The healthcare system isn't currently set up for providing care for people without money. It's always good to have insurance and some money, the reality.
It's a big issue for us right now in dialysis is affordability, and it really just is health insurance. So you have your different groups of persons with insurance. You have your people who are working, who are employed. You have your retired population. They generally have their Medicare. They typically will always have a secondary. And then you have your group of persons who come in and they only have Medicaid. Medicaid is limited in what they pay for, and you can't use it outside of South Carolina. But I will say that when people come from other states to South Carolina and they compare the Medicaid in New York or California or even North Carolina, they typically go back.
Accepting Medicaid expansion is, to me, a no-brainer. It would support care for about 350,000 people in South Carolina who have very inadequate care right now.
Because South Carolina did not expand Medicaid, we still have a large portion of individuals in our state who are uninsured. And that is where we as Cooperative Health can help support individuals who don't have insurance.
Cooperative Health, we try and provide compassionate health care, respectable health care in the spirit of the Good Samaritan. And especially with pediatrics, we have our Eau Claire High School, which is essentially across the street from our Eau Claire Neighborhood Health Center. And so being able to provide accessible, excellent health care to the children in the community to try and help them establish themselves for a great future is an important part that we provide. We've been in the 29203 zip code since 1981. There still is a desert in some respect as it relates to healthcare services. And as a community health center, not only can we take the traditional insurance, Medicare and Medicaid, but we also have a sliding fee for our patients that are uninsured. So it has been our hope that we can be able to help our patients wherever they are to maximize their health status. Diabetes is really challenging. We have maybe about 25,000 adult patients that we take care of, and about 5,000 have a diagnosis of diabetes. Starting in January 2023, we onboarded our virtual diabetes program, and it has been a smashing success.
Hello, pharmacy?
Our goal was to be able to bring everything together, that our clinician is in sync with our pharmacy, our clinicians in sync with our behavioral medicine support, is in sync with our diabetes education, and they're a team that's able to work together as a unit.
Today we're just going to talk a little bit about sugar in our drinks and how much sugar is in some of the drinks that you might be consuming, because
I love my job as a diabetes educator. It's very patient-centered and trying to help them figure out how does this apply to their life, and really just seeing the patients do the work.
You might have somebody who's drinking 6 sodas a day and they're not willing to give up that habit.
It's gonna be a little adjustment then.
Also helping them to make these changes in small steps so that it's more easily done, and then they can kind of see the impact of it, realize how much better they're going to feel if they start cutting these sodas out, their blood sugar start to improve, and I think then a lot of times it kind of falls in place from there.
Hey,
welcome, good to see you.
Miss Knight, she always left me in charge of my body. And so I always felt like we were kind of hooked together in my pursuit of wellness. These people were like, they were like my team. They were like my friends. They really showed that they cared about how I was doing. So I had a kind of support that I had never had before. And that made a big difference in me being able to finally, after 35 years, get my blood sugar under control.
I talk to the youngsters all the time about their lifestyle because they want to eat the Twinkies, they want to drink the sodas, and with playing football, you can't do all of that because you get cramps, you get tired quicker. So I speak about it every day to them. Some of them know I have diabetes and some of them don't, but I do wear my patch, my insulin pen, so sometimes they ask. And sometimes I'll volunteer and let them know, you don't want to get one of these. So, you know what's going to be important, your first step, right?
People under the age of 20, within the next 40 years, their rates of diabetes are expected to go up by 700%. So, and that's not just in 29203, that's just a national statistic. Diabetes is preventable, but you have to catch it either in the pre-diabetes stage or before the person, gets diagnosed.
New agents, they're called GLP-1 agonists, have the capacity to address some of the fundamental drivers of type 2 diabetes and obesity. There's all kinds of problems with expense issues, coverage issues, but those will change with time, and I think these are a revolution. Diabetes Free SC began 4 years ago. Blue Cross executive walks into my office, says, we want to deploy our foundation monies, not all of them, but a significant amount. And I became involved with it and became the medical director because I thought it was such an extraordinary, surprising, visionary thing. So in our work, we're really trying to knit people together. We're trying to break down silos. Patients need coordinated, intercommunicative, team-based care. We have the potential to be a leader in the nation, to show how things can be done, to win the fight against diabetes in South Carolina.
I wanted to do something where I could get around and do things. I thought about a golf cart, but I thought, I was a farmer when I was young. I think I want to do some more farming again. So I bought a tractor, and that has been one of the best things I've ever done. It's just, that almost defines who I am now. I'm just a little guy on the tractor, and my wife says, oh God, here he comes to that tractor again. He's probably gonna dig another hole and fill it back in. Well, at least it's something I can do, So I'm happy.
Your blood sugar is beautiful.
When your blood sugar is up, it can change your mental state. And one of the things that I have wrestled with for many years is depression. And I have found, since my blood sugar is on key now, on level, that I'm not as depressed as I had been before, which is a miracle for me because I've spent so much of my life in that state.
Would you like a little ice in it?
Very little.
Justine is my sister-in-law. We plan meals together, we do family dinners, we consider ourselves the matriarchs of the family now, and we're trying to set the example for the younger ones to follow. The family members have a propensity for gaining weight. The family members have a propensity for being diabetic.
We do eat a lot of meals together, so we try to make them as healthy and as satisfying as possible, realizing that our health is important.
Cheers to you.
And cheers to you.
It's a big subject because no one really cares. I don't think they care or really see what it can do. I'm grateful. I'm thankful that I took control of my health, and I'm still working on it. It's a challenging situation to be able to check your sugars every day and to take your insulin every day, and I'm just happy to have the chance to get it right.
There we go.
I had to learn how to communicate. I had to learn to communicate with others so that they could communicate with me. I've been looking for something to do and some place to go. I don't forget that I'm diabetic. I don't forget that I wear a prosthesis. I don't forget that I am on dialysis. No woe is me. Yay, it's me. I learned how to live again. And it may be minus a few things, but I'm living.
Bingo.
So when he came in, he said, Ms. Hawes, he verified my identity. He said, there's no need for us to do a stress test because it's evident that you've had a heart attack. And being the 80s baby that I am, I said, what you talking about, Willis? What are you talking about, sir? I said, I don't even have time to have a heart attack.
Keisha Hawes was age 31 when she had a heart attack. She was a wife and mother who was holding down 5 part-time jobs in the Charleston area to help make ends meet.
So I think kind of working around the clock, being stressed, and the added issue of stopping the prescribed medication just kind of led up to that evening. And I just started feeling chest pains. It consisted and it remained for about an hour before I really started to get concerned.
She was admitted to the emergency room, and after long delays, she finally was taken to the catheterization lab.
They found that I had a 95% blockage in one of my main coronary arteries. At that point, I came to the realization that if I had not stopped and actually gone to the hospital when I did, that it's very possible that I wouldn't be sitting here able to share my story.
Doctors placed a stent in Keisha Hawes' artery, but unfortunately there were initial complications. At one point, her blood pressure dropped dramatically.
And so I just remember the nurse coming in telling me that, I would require a blood transfusion. And throughout this whole process, fear had never really entered my mind until that moment. And I'm not like one of those people who does not believe in blood transfusions, but it was just overwhelming. So it was at that point that, I was like, hey, is this thing on? What you doing up there, big guy? And I just went to God and I said, I'm afraid and my faith is wavering. However, I do know that your word reminds me that all I need is the faith the size of a mustard seed. So here it is. This is what I have right now.
And that faith helped carry her forward. Following a blood transfusion and a week in the hospital, Keisha Hawes went home. The experience led her to tell her story to help others. She replaced her part-time jobs with a position at the Meeting Street Academy, where she found her passion, being around kids. She is now a pre-K intervention teacher. She also became the first American Heart Association national spokesperson from the state of South Carolina.
An attack saved my life. Most people don't go from that to this that easily. And I think once I realized that heart disease was the #1 killer, or is the #1 killer of women in America, and I had no knowledge of that before this happened to me, I realized that there was a void somewhere that needed to be filled. Like, women need to know that heart disease is serious and it is a killer and it is preventable.
Haas grew up in Orangeburg County. She was valedictorian of her class at Bowman High School, and then she graduated from the College of Charleston. In addition to teaching, she's a pastor and a motivational speaker. What is her advice to women?
Really just to take care of yourself, make sure that you're making yourself a priority. Go to your doctor, be very open with your doctor. Make sure that you have a doctor that you can be in relationship with and have that conversation, one who's not so busy that, they may not have the time to really sit down and listen and actually plan out what you're going to share with your doctor before you go, and really kind of journal when you're not feeling well so you can see if there are any trends in your feelings.
With her work in the community, Haas has been recognized as 40 under 40 by the Charleston Business Journal, as well as one of Charleston's most influential women.
I think that we as women, we really do not give enough attention to the level of power that we have. We can influence. I can influence my son. I can influence my husband. I mean, the power of one. I think if each person just focuses on reaching one person, someone else will see your reach, and then they'll say, if Keisha is reaching, I can reach.
Cosmosis Stones started in 2015. It initially started as a meditation practice to kind of alleviate some frustrations. I went to a friend's house and she had some copper wire. And while I was talking to her, I just started bending up the wire, expressing my frustrations and naming what I wanted more in my life. She saw them and she said, well, you should put your crystals in there. And then when you're done, you should wear that and then make me one. And through the practice of meditatively wrapping crystals, I got better understanding of the function of copper and some of its properties, of how it's a conductor and how it transfers and transmutes energy, that it's antibacterial, that it's antiviral, that it's antifungal, that it's helpful with arthritis. I was learning more about the crystal functions and seeing how they would be helpful in healing me, are the things I wanted to go towards in life. Now in our society, we have more access to language around mental health, but it's not something that I really understood in my youth. Never knew it was something that really needed to be tended to, like that there was mental health hygiene. As I studied crystals more and studied myself more and was lent information around people, I recognized that this is something that we in community need to be doing for each other, and jewelry's been my way so far. I think that it's really important to have crystals in jewelry, mainly because they're like a constant reminder of what you're working on, right? So like, you look in the mirror to check.
It's been requested by the Senator from Cherokee and has been granted. Clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence.
Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams is present. Mr. Alexander is present. Mr. Allen. Absent. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Blackman is present. Mr. Bright is present. Mr. Campson is present. Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Chaplin has leave. Mr. Clymer is present. Mr. Corbin. Absent. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. Absent. Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott is present. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrell. Absent. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms. Absent. Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry is present. Mr. Hutto. Absent. Mr. Jackson. Absent. Mr. Johnson is present. Mr. Kennedy. Absent. Mr. Kimbrell. Absent Mr. Lieber. Absent Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews is present. Mr. Ott. Absent Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin. Absent Mr. Rickenbaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Stubbs is present. Mr. Sutton is present. Mr. Tedder. Absent Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Walker. Absent Mr. Williams is present. Mr. Young. Mr. Young is present. Mr. Zell is present.
Senator Gambrill is present. Further members wishing to record your presence, Senator Kennedy is present. Senator Tedder is present. Senator Devine is present. And Senator Allen is present. Other members wishing to record your presence. Final call. The polls are closed. And the clerk will please tabulate. "35 members are present. A quorum is present. Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to have permission to do an introduction, please,
You're
sir.
recognized for introduction. Senator from Chester, while he comes to the podium, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Sir, seeking unanimous consent for leave for the senator from Darlington, Senator Chaplin.
Senator Chaplin will have leave for the day. Unanimous consent request is granted. Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
Consent request.
State your request.
Leave for the senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, for the balance of the day.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson has leave for the balance of the day. Senator from Newberry has been recognized for introduction. Senator from Newberry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it's my pleasure to introduce a few folks up in the balcony. I think we've got the American Cancer Society with us today. Is that correct? How many? I saw some ladies here with hats. I guess somebody else is going to introduce them. But over here to your left, my right, we have some folks there that are with the Cancer Society. And one lady in particular, if all of y'all would stand up, and Miss Rita Crump Sadler, if you would hold your hand up so we know who you are, Miss Sadler. Okay. Miss Sadler is from Newberry County, and I want to say that she's a 4-year cancer survivor, and she spent the last 40 years raising awareness in the fight against cancer, and then she contracted it about 4 years ago. And she is a leader of an organization of 50 friends, and that is a coalition of more than 50 churches that help raise funds for cancer prevention and early disease detection while advocating for policies that reduce the cancer burden across South Carolina. And her dedication and servant leadership continue to make a lasting impact on all communities, that is, all communities throughout our state. And Ms. Crump Sadler, we want to thank you and your friends and all who have undertaken this project for the worthwhile work that you do. And for that reason, I want to honor you today with a little resolution from the Senate. And when we're finished today, I would like for you to come down and let me present that to you. But, Mr. President, this time, if maybe the clerk could read the title, just the title of the resolution.
I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the title of the resolution.
This is S-968, a Senate resolution to recognize and honor Rita Crump Sadler and 50 friends for their work to combat cancer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all would help me welcome them here to the stage on this monumental occasion.
We're delighted to have you. Thank you for your service and your commitment.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good job.
Thank you, Senator from Newberry. Senator from Marion, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Purpose of an introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. The Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to take this opportunity to recognize my brother, my baby brother, that is, Alvin Williams, who joins us. Alvin, please stand so they can see who you are, and I hope you can still see him. He's pretty tall, as you can see. But he's joining us today from the DMV. He spent probably the last 30-plus years in the DMV, and we're just glad to have him. And he's also a proud graduate of South Carolina State University, and we're just glad to have Alvin join us here today in the South Carolina Senate. So would you please join me in giving him a warm welcome to the South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visiting us and your brother today. That's great. Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from Newberry was talking about the ladies in hats. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce them. So I don't get in trouble, I'm just going to make two introductions by name. Mrs. Julie Hardaway, President General of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and that's an international organization. One of these days you might tell me how many continents are represented, but I know there's been a diaspora over the last 150 plus years. And I'm also going to take liberty to introduce Mrs. Daniel Byron Verdon Jr., my mother. She's one of your lieutenants, Julie, chaplain general of the organization. You know, I had to find out from some of your entourage that Mother was even in town today. But before I introduce you en masse, let me thank you for being here. And Julie, yes, thank you for reaching out through Mother to remind me again that we are coming up on the 50th anniversary of the establishment by the General Assembly of something called the salute to the flag of South Carolina. Senator from Chester, you might take interest in this, and I've not introduced this yet. This is a resolution that I'm hoping to introduce maybe in conjunction with that actual 50th anniversary next month. But Mrs. Carson, Mrs. Martha Bray Carson of Chester, who was very, very active in the Daughters of the American Revolution and in the Daughters of the Confederacy during the 1930s, 40s, 50s, was responsible for penning the words that have maybe not been heard by a lot of folks. I know that many of us have, but I hope that as we approach the 50th anniversary that we'll have greater recognition of those simple words that we salute the flag of South Carolina and pledge to the Palmetto State love, loyalty, and faith. So I'm looking forward to asking the Senate to help commemorate that 50th anniversary next month. And as always, as I know that you are also accompanied by members of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, you stay interested in matters relating to monuments and memorials, and the fact that we will preserve as custodians and perpetuate their presence and protection for many years to come. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask these ladies and gentlemen of the United Daughters of the Confederacy and the Sons of Confederate Veterans to stand and receive a warm welcome from the members of the Senate.
Please stand and be recognized. We're delighted to have y'all visiting with us today. Thank you for your service. So good to see all of you. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you ask? You're recognized for introduction, sir. Senator from Dorchester.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like you to join me in recognizing today our Hospital of the Day, HCA Healthcare, who is in the balcony with us today. Let me throw out a few numbers before I get started. 5, 2, 7,400, 1,200, 106 million, 84 million. HCA Healthcare operates 5 hospitals in our wonderful state, 2 surgery centers. They have 7,400 dedicated employees working in those facilities. 1,200 of those folks also work out in the communities with patients, working with patients. 765,000 patients were served by HCA in South Carolina just in 2025 alone. $106 million in uncompensated care that's provided, and $84 million in various state and local taxes that they've generated in this community. I think it's pretty well said that they are engaged in our communities just in about every corner of our state. They do really good work. Somerville Medical Center, which is right in the heart of my district, I will tell you, I feel terrible because we have seen, several CEOs from that hospital that come into our community, get very much engaged in our community, do very good work. But unfortunately, because they do such good work, they typically move on. And we've just lost another one recently. But history tells me that they will be replaced with someone as good or not better. So we appreciate HCA, I appreciate HCA, and I'd like for the Senate to join me in welcoming them today.
Please stand and be recognized. We're delighted to have y'all with us today. Thank you for what you do in the communities that you serve. Great to see you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator from Dorchester. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I have a unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Mr. President, in honor of Suits and Sneakers Day, I ask unanimous consent that on the next available day, the Senate adjourn in memory of Miss Rebecca Robeson of Edgefield. She was an active and engaged young woman in the community who suffered from metastatic breast cancer at an early age. And every time you saw her, she had a smile on her face, nevertheless, and was a wonderful, wonderful minister, just a great example. And 2 weeks ago, she earned the wings that everyone who knew her knew she was destined to receive. So I would ask that the Senate adjourn in her memory.
Without objection, the Senate will stand adjourned in her memory on the next available day. Thank you, Senator from Edgefield. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction.
Whose family has been affected by cancer, you've been affected by cancer, or you're like me, you survived cancer, to join me. So, I think the fact that you see all these people standing up here should let you know that cancer affects us all. and 36,000 South Carolinians will be diagnosed with cancer just this year. It happened to me just last year, and I do want to, again, take this opportunity to thank all of you who, when the desk over here was empty, y'all had my back, y'all were thinking about me, you were praying for me, and here I am. A lot less of me, but I'm here. It's not the weight loss program I would subscribe to you, but it works. So, look, cancer is a menace to many, many South Carolinians and to almost every family in here. And the American Cancer Society is doing what it can to make sure that we all recognize the effects that cancer has in our lives. We've got tremendous research going on at the medical facilities here in South Carolina. And in fact, I believe there's going to be a request to the budget this year for us to consider further expansion of the Hollings Cancer Center in Charleston. It saved my life. It saved the lives of people. Every day when I showed up for my treatment and I looked around the waiting room, it was people from South Carolina who were coming to the Hollings Cancer Center to make sure that we, this state, has the best available facilities for anybody. And so thank you all for coming up here with me to celebrate Suits and Sneaker Day. And is there a resolution? That's okay. I said it all. So I want you to know that cancer can be beat, and it will take the work of all of us to make sure that we've got the resources, the medical resources in South Carolina. But thank you for all that all of you do to help us win that war against cancer.
Thank you, Senator from Orangeburg. Everyone, we appreciate Suit and Sneakers Day in South Carolina. We appreciate it. Thank you, Senator from Orangeburg. Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you rise, sir?
House and invite them over to ratify acts at a mutual agreed upon time.
Motion is to invite the House to ratify acts at a mutual agreed upon time. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator from York, what purpose
Thank you,
do
Mr.
you
President.
rise?
For purposes of a brief announcement.
You're recognized. Senator from York, Senator Clymer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, a brief announcement tonight. The Farm Bureau is hosting the Celebrate the Harvest event at their headquarters in Casey. That starts at 6 p.m. They'll have fresh oysters and hors d'oeuvres. All are welcome.
Senate is so informed. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, has been very patient. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request, sir.
State your request, sir.
Sir, the next available date, I'd like to send it to adjourn in memory of Christopher Hollings, and if you allow me a minute of personal interest at the well, I'll tell you a little bit about his life.
You're recognized from a point of personal interest. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton.
Thank you, and wanted to recognize a friend of mine that unfortunately we lost last week, and that's Christopher Hollings, goes by Chris, and if you recognize that last name, his grandfather is Senator Fritz Hollings, and Chris was a great guy. We're about the same age, good buddies. He worked on my first campaign, was involved in a lot of campaigns, obviously comes from a political family. And I'll say one of the things that we enjoy doing is once a year I lead a kayak trip down Penny's Creek in the Edisto in the Ace Basin, right next to where the Fritz Hollings WMA is, and the Ace Basin. And just a cool generational moment that knowing that was set up a while ago when we were not even born or kids, and that we get to enjoy that great outdoors place. But Chris was avid guitarist, didn't know a stranger, could talk to anybody, very active guy, and I would say probably the crowning achievement of his life is leading an effort to find a kidney for his father a couple years ago when he needed a kidney transplant. So just a gentleman with a big heart, and I want to say that on behalf of the Tecklenburg family in Charleston, the Mears family in Charleston, my family, the Aslandis family in Charleston, we are going to miss Chris greatly, and we're thankful for the time that we were able to spend together with him.
Thank you, Senator from Charleston. Senator Sutton. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Two unanimous consent requests.
State your request.
Ask unanimous consent that the words of the senator from Charleston be recorded in the journal.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The words will be printed in the journal. Senator from York, Senator Clymer.
Ask unanimous consent to distribute literature to the body.
Without objection, the unanimous consent to distribute material to the body is granted. Thank you.
As for a point of personal interest?
You recognize.
Thank you.
Point of personal interest. Senator from York, Senator Clymer.
Also invite up the senator from Pickens, and I think the senator from Marion is not with us, but I would otherwise invite him. Senators, what's being distributed to you now is an executive summary of the findings of the Surface Water Study Committee, which met quite a lot of times over the off-season and in 2025. As our state continues to experience exponential population growth and corresponding growth in water demand, both from energy, from industry, from agriculture, from our population, this body will have to spend a lot of time grappling with these issues. What we have found is that outside of the Edisto Basin, none of our basins are particularly stressed at this moment. The Edisto Basin is not particularly stressed, but it is the highest up on the list in terms of those that may soon become stressed. And I've tried to think about a senatorially appropriate way to say this, and haven't really arrived at this. This study committee would be in the category of those where there was a great deal of motion and not any movement, right? And that is not the fault of the stakeholders, all of whom contributed massively to this project. That is not the fault of staff. That is not the fault of the department and the governmental agencies that we work with, DNR and DES along the way. That is a consequence of the fact that our state has made a choice not to collect information or data around water withdrawals. And that is a fraught policy choice. I'm not suggesting that we necessarily need that right now, but there may come a time in the not too distant future where in a couple of these basins, you're gonna wish you had that data. We don't have it today. And that is substantially why the document coming to you now is not replete with facts and figures, because the data simply doesn't exist. And so I'd ask all of you to consider within your communities and take a look at the river basin councils that are working in your districts and contemplate whether, and if so, how, you believe it would eventually be in the state's interest to collect data around water withdrawals such that policymakers in Columbia are able to make more educated choices around water use in the decades to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from York. Thank you. Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Point of personal interest.
You recognize a point of personal interest. Senator from Georgetown is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, each one of you represents a National Guard soldier in your district. Every single one of you do. I want you to know that we have, and most of you probably do have, a constituent that is in harm's way in the Middle East right now. We have National Guard soldiers on the ground in the Middle East as we speak, and I have been in touch with a couple of them recently who tell me that they have been in and out of bunkers for the last 48 to 72 hours. So I think it's appropriate for you and I to keep those folks, your constituents, our friends, in your prayers as we go through the next few weeks or maybe even months dealing with this Iran issue. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Georgetown, and our prayers and thoughts will be with each and every one of them and their families. Thank you, sir. Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal interest.
You're recognized for point of personal interest. While she's coming to the podium, Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request. The
Thank you,
senator's
sir.
remarks from Georgetown be added to the journal.
Is there objection to the remarks from Senator from Georgetown being printed in the journal? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Collinton is recognized for point of personal interest.
Mr. President and colleagues, during this Women's History Month, I know most of you might have forgotten that it's Women's History Month, I rise to recognize a remarkable South Carolinian whose achievements continue to inspire our nation and inspire this state and make Columbia look good. Her name, Asia Wilson. Asia Wilson grew up in Hopkins, South Carolina, and went on to attend the University of South Carolina, where she became the most decorated player in the history of Gamecock basketball. During her time in Columbia, she led the Gamecocks to their first NCAA Women's Basketball National Championship in 2017 and swept every major National Player of the Year award the following season. As a proud alumni of the University of South Carolina, Asia and I share a special bond through our Gamecock family, a community that teaches us to lead, to persevere, and to represent our state with pride. After college, Asia was selected first overall in the 2018 WNBA draft and has since become one of the greatest players in the history of the game. She has won multiple WNBA Most Valuable Player awards, led the Las Vegas Aces, who I love to see her play with, to multiple championships, and earned Olympic gold medals with Team USA, bringing excellence to the world stage while proudly carrying the legacy of South Carolina with her. But what makes Asia Wilson truly special is not just what she does on the court. She has become a powerful voice for young women and girls, especially young Black girls, reminding them that their dreams are valid, their voices matter, and their greatness belongs on the biggest stages in the world, reminding them that beauty is from within. Today, as we celebrate Women's History Month, we celebrate Asia Wilson, not only as a champion athlete, but as a champion for opportunity, perseverance, pride, and a champion for Christianity. She shows it in the way she carries herself. Today, also being Sneaker Day, guess what? I went to the NCAA Final Four, and I went to go get in the line to go purchase Asia's first sneakers that she created with Nike in her contract. I got to the line and noticed that I was the only one in the line because everything pre-sold. Girls had wrapped the building, they said, at 5 o'clock that morning, so I went at 9. Boy, did I look stupid. The girls, all you saw in the arena was little girls with those bright pink sneakers all around the arena, from Iowa fans to whatever. They were there for our own Asia Wilson. I think she's remarkable, and I think we should commend her. And today, I'm wearing one of her Asia Wilson sneakers. On the back, you will see her emblem, Asia. Please, if you would, if you see Roscoe Wilson, commend him for all that Asia has done and all that she's doing to make Hopkins, Columbia, and South Carolina look good. And for that, this Senate and this state is proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Collinton. Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you ask?
Well, the Senator from Collinton would yield for.
Of course.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields for question.
Did you know that I've seen a tall gentleman, looks like he's about 6'9" or so, and I've seen the young lady that you describe as as Asia in the manner in which you described her. But you know that I think you mispronounced the gentleman's name. Did you know that?
I didn't say his name.
You said
Roscoe.
I think you said Roscoe Wilson, but that's really not his name. His name is Asia's daddy.
Yeah, that's what he says. No other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collington. Okay, are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
Message from the governor, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I'm transmitting herewith the following appointments for confirmation. These appointments are made with advice and consent of the Senate and therefore submitted for your consideration. Statewide reappointment, member of the South Carolina Panel for Dietetics, Ms. Maureen Elizabeth Finger of Florence.
The appointment will be referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Statewide appointment, reappointment, and subsequent reappointment of a member to the Governor's School for Agriculture at John Delahouse Board of Trustees, reappointment at large member Mr. Edgar T. Lamb of Edgefield, and subsequent reappointment of Mr. Edgar T. Lamb of Edgefield.
The appointment will be referred to the Education Committee.
Statewide reappointment, member of the State Board of Barber Examiners, representing the barbers, Ms. Renee H. Patton of Inman.
This appointment will be referred to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee.
Statewide appointment, initial appointment to the Governor's School for Agriculture at John Delahouse Board of Trustees, at large appointment of Mr. William J. Peeler, Jr. of Pauline.
Appointment be referred to the Education Committee.
Message from the House. Mr. President, members of the Senate, House respectfully informs your honorable body that it concurs in the amendments proposed by the Senate to H. 3798. This is a bill which adds a section to the code to provide certain criteria for military chaplains. And has ordered the bill enrolled for ratification.
Received as information.
No further communication.
We have no further communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. I'm informed we have one further communication, so we'll take that at this time.
Further message from the House, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House respectfully informs your honorable body that it has concurred in the amendments proposed by the Senate to H. 4343. This bill amends the code to require human trafficking awareness and prevention, continuing education, training for licensed practical nurses, registered nurses, or advanced practice registered nurses, excluding certified registered nurse anesthetists, and has ordered the bill enrolled for ratification.
This message is also received as information.
No further communication.
Now we have no further communications. Therefore, we are on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
Introduction of House Bill 5179. This bill adds a section to the code to create the school mapping data program within the State Law Enforcement Division for the purposes of facilitating efficient emergency response in public institutions of higher learning by public safety agencies.
The bill will be referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 4163. This bill enacts the South Carolina High School Athletic Association Act by adding a chapter to the code to provide for the establishment of the South Carolina High School Athletic Association, provide the purpose, function, and organization and governance of the association.
The bill is being referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of H. 4468. This bill adds a section to the code so as to provide for the establishment of local advisory councils for educating students with disabilities for each school district and charter schools authorizer by the respective governing bodies to provide for the membership, composition, duties, and purposes of local advisory councils.
This bill will be referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 4762. Bill adds a section to the code to authorize school districts and charter schools to implement certain volunteer school chaplain policies.
The bill will be referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of H 5302. It's a concurrent resolution to honor and commend World Harvest Evangelist Jacob Ebersole to recognize May 1st through the 3rd, 2026 as Charleston Crusade 2026 in the state of South Carolina, to acknowledge the historic Christian heritage of this state, to encourage the voluntary rededication of South Carolina to Almighty God through prayer, repentance, and moral renewal among its citizens.
The bill is referred to the Judiciary, the resolution is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
The Transportation Committee reports favorable with amendments on S-222, bill by Senator Ott, adds a section to the code to define the term utility terrain vehicle, provide for the registration and operation of them on the highways and streets of the state.
Placed on the calendar.
Transportation Committee has reports favorable with amendments on S-371, bill by Senator Jackson and others, adds a section to the code so as to provide the Department of Motor Vehicles may issue mobile driver's licenses and mobile special identification cards, and amending further sections so as to provide for the carrying and exhibiting of mobile driver's licenses.
The bill is placed on the calendar.
Transportation Committee has reported favorable with amendments on S-831, bill by Senator Grooms and others, adds a section to the code to establish a coordinating council for transportation and mobility and define its membership, powers, and responsibilities.
This bill further will be placed on the calendar.
The York County delegation has reported favorable on a local reappointment to the York County Natural Gas Authority, Mr. Richard Harris Heckard Sr. of Rock Hill.
The pending question is confirmation of the York County Natural Gas Authority. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The individual is confirmed. We have no further introductions, so therefore, Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise?
Brief introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Dorchester, as he comes to the podium, what purpose do you rise?
Senators coming to the podium, if I may just make a quick recap on an announcement.
Yes, sir.
I neglected in my announcement, members, to tell you that HCA also invites you to a reception tonight from 5 to 7, since you're going to be in the KC area anyway, at Steel Hands Brewery.
Senate is so informed. Thank you for that announcement. Senator from Pickens is recognized for the introduction.
And other members of the Senate. In the gallery today, we have a lady that I have had arguments and discussions with. She says she can fix the ringing in my ears, and I just don't think she can do it. But anyway, Alex Tarvin is down from Easley along with some of her other folks. Thank you. She's an audiologist up there, and we appreciate you coming down. They were checking hearing today, and I said there's no reason to check mine because I know it's bad now. But thank y'all for coming down.
Please stand and be recognized. Please stand. We're delighted to have y'all with us today. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Good to see you. We now go to the calendar. We're on page 6, third reading, uncontested statewide. First up, toward the bottom of page 6, is S-694 by the senator from Aiken. Clerk will please read.
This is a bill amending the code relating to designation of voting precincts in Aiken County.
Question is, third reading of S-694. All those in favor, would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's given a third reading. We now go to page 7. Toward the top of the page, S-715. The reading clerk, please read.
This is a bill amending the code relating to organizations exempt from registration provisions, alternate filings, and fundraising activities so as to increase the threshold for charities requesting exemptions, amending further sections so as to limit filing requirements to commercial co-venturers under certain conditions.
Question is, third reading of S715. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. We now go to second reading uncontested calendar. We go to page 12. Page 12, S76. Senator from Orangeburg. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Would carry over.
Motion is to carry over S76. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. That takes us all the way over to page 19 in the calendar. 19, toward the top of the page, S832 by the senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, and others. Reading clerk will publish an amendment on the desk.
Amendment number 1 is by Senators Sutton and Lieber. Amends the bill section 1, strike section 53(1)20, subsection D, and inserts.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Speak on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can you read the authors of that amendment again for me, please?
The reading clerk will republish.
Amendment number 1 is by Senators Sutton and Lieber.
Senate is so informed. Senator from Charleston is recognized on that amendment authored by those two individuals, two senators.
All right, so with Senator from Johns Island and I are working together, you know it's a good bill, good amendment. So what this does, this amendment strikes the last two lines. Quite frankly, it was just redundant language that permits have to be applied in a content neutral. That's already in statute that municipalities or counties can't pick favorites. So just deleting the last two lines. That was a request of the city of Charleston. And then to the overall bill, that section D is pretty important. To what this bill does is it still says when it comes to campus events on university property, still the local ordinances apply, and that being noise ordinance, parking plan, fire, life safety, all of those things are still processes will be followed. So I'll take any questions.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for some questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Yes.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Did you know that there's a lot of concern in the neighborhood surrounding the Citadel and a lot of heartburn about this piece of legislation?
Very aware.
Did you know that those neighborhoods are in District 42?
Some of it is, it's split between myself and you. I represent a couple blocks of Hampton Park Terrace and Wagner Terrace, everything I think south of 10th Street, so it is represented by multiple senators.
And did you know that the majority of the residents there who live there have reached out repeatedly, at least to myself and some others, regarding why they oppose this bill, and it's my understanding that the Citadel and the mayor and the city of Charleston met regarding this issue fairly recently. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and I'll say it's certainly not the majority. There's a loud minority of folks that have reached out, and by the way, I used to live in this neighborhood twice, actually. So have a lot of friends, a lot of constituents over there, and I would certainly say the loud group is not a reflection of the minority, because, and I want to be very clear too, this is a statewide bill. Part of this was driven by an issue with the Citadel being blocked for a use that they've been doing for 99 years now. But this is a statewide bill to clarify what are acceptable uses on college or state-owned property, state-owned universities. But, Hampton Park, especially, every year we do Spoleto out there. That's a fantastic event if you've never been to it at all. There's hardly a month that goes by there's not some kind of family reunion that with music and everything out there in the park. And to the site, the Johnson Haygood Stadium itself, I think it's really important to talk about the history. That was built by Mayor Stoney in 1927, and originally it was a city-built project. And you can go back and look at the 1927 announcement for that, and it says football field and municipal event center, and it even explicitly says that this is intended to host festivals and band competitions all the way back to 1927, 99 years ago.
And would you agree that most of those things would take place during the daytime?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And so I didn't answer your part of your question about the city of Charleston and the Citadel meeting recently. Yeah, that happened this past Friday. Myself and Representative Hartnett were there for that. And really, a lot of this surrounding the bill, I'll say, is unfounded fear is probably the appropriate thing. And the way we left that meeting is, one, they asked for this change that Senator Lieber and I sponsored, so we agreed to do that change. The other thing is parking plan, right? So this weekend we have Food and Wine Festival coming up at Johnson Haygood Stadium. And there's always a concern about too much parking or trailer equipment's being put into the neighborhood over there. So one of the things that going forward, the school and the city are going to work on is having different templates for parking plans, because what you do for a football game versus a festival is going to be slightly different. And one niche example of that is for this festival, the desire is to keep Haygood open, so traffic flows a little bit smoother. You're not going to have people tailgating out there, so less of a risk for public safety. So the good news is the city and the school are working together on this.
Okay, and did you know that the residents are more concerned about potential concert series, rock concerts that could pour into the late evening, late night, have young kids? These are older homes, historic homes that are in that neighborhood. They've always been there. And it's my understanding from the city is that in that meeting, this was somewhat resolved, and there was no longer a need for this piece of legislation. Is that, at least that's my understanding, what I was told. And so just curious as to why this is really necessary, being that you mentioned it's a statewide bill, but is it not arising out of a dispute between the Citadel and the city of Charleston, essentially?
Sure, and so no, I mean, the city and I have been since Friday communicating on draft language for this amendment. So a notion that we weren't going to proceed doesn't, I would say, not hold up the scrutiny if we've been talking back and forth, and I'm happy to show you the emails about what edits are needed so they feel comfortable with it. But no, this is unfortunately I've heard from other institutions around the state. And again, let's take this step back to the focus of the statewide portion of it, because other things, right? So part of the issue is a lot of universities, they have some kind of residential zoning overlay. And the way state statute reads now is municipalities can't block sporting events on universities, which makes sense, and I'm assuming sometime that a municipality tried to do that, and then state law stepped in. And what I found kind of through this research is obviously residential zoning is largely geared towards residential, not college uses. So beyond what we mentioned, concerts, this is performances, commencements, lectures, exhibits, festival ceremonies, athletic contests, or similar gatherings. So clarifying what's appropriate on a college university. And like I mentioned, Section D still says you have to follow, in the case of the city of Charleston, there's a 10 o'clock noise ordinance citywide, so nothing there would be going on past 10 o'clock. Realistically, it'd probably end a little bit
And currently, if they wanted to do these things, they could, even without this piece of legislation, they could go through the special permitting process, correct?
So as it stands right now, what the BZA ruling that they had was a series of concerts would not be allowed there. So that ruling still stands and still is in the book. So this is why the legislation is needed to clarify what types of events are authorized on there. The other oversight piece that I'll get to on this as well is these events too would have to be authorized by the governing board of that university. And the reason that's important is because we appoint those. I think we're going to have maybe some of those elections later this year, maybe next year. So there's a couple of different mechanisms, I'll say, for oversight because, like I said, this is a debate, unfortunately, locally that kind of went white hot based off of a lot of disinformation. You know, people were saying this bill would allow hotels to be built on campus. This would allow buildings to be torn down without any demolition permit or anything like that. All things that are untrue, all things that are being said by neighborhood presidents. So a lot of my work around this bill, quite frankly, has been shooting down disinformation and kind of that NIMBYism attitude with it. And it's further, worth noting kind of why we are here. Again, we have a 99-year history of variety of different events, and I'll actually say the pedigree of some of the musical concerts that have played here in the past is pretty incredible, to include Jimmy Buffett, Grateful Dead, Dave Matthews Band, which, by the way, I was in a Dave Matthews, when I was a cadet there, Dave Matthews music video, American Baby. But so this has been something that the school has been hosting for a while.